Thank you. Good evening. Madam Clerk, please start the meeting.
Yes, Mayor, go ahead, please.
I hereby call the Santa Ana City,
Recording in progress.
I hereby call the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Penaloza.
I am here.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Mayor Amezcua.
Present.
The records show we have 5 members present.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the closed session item?
Madam City Attorney.
Madam City Attorney?
Yes. Mayor and council members, we'd like to ask for your consideration to add a late-breaking item related to a syringe program and authorization from the state that we were just notified about yesterday. In order to add this item, you would need to make a finding that the item came up after the posting of the agenda, which it did, and that we would need to take immediate action. We believe that you can make that finding as well, and we would need a supermajority vote to add that item.
I'll make a motion to
I'll
approve.
second it with the findings that the city attorney made.
Thank you. Let's prepare to vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza.
Yes.
Councilmember Fan.
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Amezcua.
Yes.
Vote is 5 ayes, no nays, with 2 absences. Motion carries. Item is added to the closed session agenda.
Thank you. Do any council members need to announce their abstentions or on closed session items? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for closed session?
No, we do not.
We will now recess into closed session and we'll be back. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
I hereby reconvene the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct roll call.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Penaloza.
Present.
Councilmember Fan. Here. Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Here. Mayor Amesqua.
Present.
All 7 members are present.
Perfect, thank you. Please proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance. Do we have any elementary children in the audience? And if so, can one of you come up? You don't have any elementary children?
Mayor, as they're making their way up, if I could make the Zoom
You
announcement.
sure can.
Thank you. For any member of the public on Zoom or the teleconference to request to speak during public comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, you must dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled raised hand from Zoom now in order to be in the speaker queue when we open public comments.
We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I didn't see any children wanting to come up. Thank you. Let's go.
All right, well,
Good evening, sir.
thank you for that. If you please place your hands upon your heart. Lord, I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, representing Teen Challenge. Words of inspiration, please, by Police Chaplain Rupert Vega.
You please bow your heads. Gracious Heavenly Father, we come before you today, giving you honor, glory, and praise. Lord, you are the source of all that is good, and we are grateful for all the blessings you've bestowed upon us. We thank you for our wonderful city of Santa Ana, our honorable mayor, city council, chief of police, courageous police officers, and all first responders and staff. Lord, we thank you for our freedom and the opportunity to unite and gather together this day. We thank you for your hand of blessings to be upon tonight's meeting and proceedings. We thank you for your grace, your unending love and wisdom. And we thank you, Father, that you would guide and direct tonight's meeting and that it be of your sound wisdom, that it be productive, with integrity, accountability, and with respect towards one another. Thank you, Lord, for helping us to accomplish our work and our goals this day. City of Santa Ana, I leave you with a scripture found in the book of Numbers, chapter 6. It says, "May the Lord bless you and keep you and protect you. May he sustain you and guard you. May the Lord make his face shine upon you with favor and be gracious to you, surrounding you with his love and his kindness. May the Lord lift up his face and countenance upon you with divine approval and give you his peace and a tranquil heart and a long and prosperous life. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen." Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor. Announcing for the record that item 29 was a noticed public hearing related to a resolution vacating a portion of public right-of-way adjacent to 2383 North Flower Street. That public hearing has been canceled and will be renoticed and heard at a later date. No public testimony on this item will be heard today.
Thank you for sharing that. So if you are here for item 29, and if you have submitted public comment requests, we will not be hearing it tonight. You're more than welcome to stay for the meeting. They're always great meetings, but otherwise you can come back in 30 days or whenever we place it back. I think it'll be 30 days. We'll place it back on the agenda at that time. So thank you. All right, first presentation. I have the first recognition presented to Alexis Rodriguez Mejia. here with me. Okay, congratulations and welcome back.
Thank
home.
you.
Alexis Rodriguez Mejia was born and raised here in Santa Ana. At the age of 10, he enrolled in the Santa Ana Police Athletic and Activity League. During his 6 years of participation, he developed into an exemplary role model. In 2019, he graduated as valedictorian from high school and went on to earn 4 honors associate's degrees in business administration, economics, business and technology, and liberal arts from Santa Ana College. With his dedication and scholarship earned, Alexis was accepted into Harvard University, of which he graduated cum laude in 2023. Congratulations. Big deal, right? Big deal. With 2 Bachelor of Arts degrees, one in government and the other in history. So we'll be seeing you run for office soon. Alexis plans to attend law school, strives to become an attorney and a future judge. Please join me in congratulating Alexis and wishing him the best on all of his future endeavors. So Alexis, for me, as a previous school board member and a supporter of Pal and all the students that are in there, when you came home and I saw that, I was like, wow. And one of the council members was like, we should recognize him. I'm like, yeah, we should. And so I hope that you're visiting PAL centers and programs and sharing your experience. And so on behalf of the city, we want to award you with the certificate of recognition.
Thank you so much.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you so much for everything. As a member who was born and raised in Santa Ana, California, from childhood to present, it's absolutely incredible to be able to come back and say we did it, because at the end of the day, my success isn't my success alone. It's the success of my community. I attended Carl Harvey, Mendez Middle College High School, and Harvard, and to all the constant support my community afforded me and all the support every community member here by just being present has, we managed to do it. And for that, I am eternally grateful. Thank you.
Is your family here with you?
Yeah, they're right there.
Do you want to call them up?
Ma, ¿quieres ir?
No?
Venga.
We'll take some pictures.
Thank you so much.
What's her name?
Maria and Alejandrina.
Maria.
And Alejandrina.
Felicidades, señora. ¿Quiere decir algo? No, está bien. Felicidades. ¿Quiere decir algo? All right, we're going to take a picture. Council, if you want to join, you're more than welcome.
That's the one who puts.
Your sister.
Oh, no.
Come on up. Come on up. Family affair here. If the council wants to join, you're more than welcome to. Next up is a presentation by Councilmember Hernandez, please.
All right, if we can have Aaron Mostow come up to the front, please. Come on up. Today, August 15th, we will be recognizing the late, great Alex Ponce, B-Boy Abu. This will be accepted by Aaron Mostow. So let's welcome him here to the beautiful city of Santa Ana. All right. Well, it's a beautiful day today, August 15th. We are in the month of Chicano Heritage Month here in the beautiful city of Santa Ana. And we are celebrating a Chicano who called Santa Ana home and is native to Santa Ana. Alex Ponce, a.k.a. B-Boy Abu, was born and raised here in the city of Santa Ana. He dedicated his life to breakdancing and left a positive impact on his community. He educated the youth of Santa Ana. He taught them about the art of breakdancing, and he did so at local community centers. One of the community centers where he taught breakdancing at was El Centro Cultural de Mexico, towards the end of his life. B-Boy Abu's legacy continues through his family, his friends, and the global breakdance community. Accepting the recognition of the late B-Boy is Aaron Mostow. Aaron was a breakdance crew member, a friend, and is the writer of the screenplay, One Breaker, One Move, a film about the life and the legacy of Santa Ana's own, B-Boy Abu. Most recently, Aaron produced a mural of B-Boy Abu, which will be revealed at the upcoming Santa Ana Art Walk in September. You can see it. It'll be located in between the Main Cave Barbershop and Next Round Bar and Grill. And let's please give a very loud round of applause for Alex Ponce, a.k.a. B-Boy Abu, and Aaron Mostow receiving this recognition on behalf of his friend. Let's please welcome him here and thank him. So on behalf of the city of Santa Ana, we'd like to posthumously recognize his outstanding contributions to the community. Thank you, Aaron.
This award is bigger than me. This is for Alex Ponce, aka B-Boy Abu, representing Santa Ana to the fullest. And I'm so grateful to be here. This award is going to be given to his family members. And I'm here on behalf of the breakdancing community, all the B-boys and B-girls worldwide. I'm humbled to be here, thankful, grateful, and blessed to be here. And I'm very honored to share the story of the screenplay that I wrote about B-Boy Abu that is taking place in Santa Ana with a famous director. And this is what's to come. And I'm just, again, big shout out to everyone out there who came, all the B-boys and B-girls who came. On behalf of B-Boy Abu, we're all here together. And thank you again for having me.
And one more time, Santa Ana will have a feature film about one of our own residents, the first of its kind, and it'll be Washington Square neighborhood's own Alex Ponce, B-Boy Abu. So Santa Ana will have its own on the map, and the first is a breakdancer. So that is something that we should celebrate, and I just also want to thank B-Boy Abu for opening those doors, because in the 80s and 90s, there was not a whole lot of Chicano representation when it came to hip-hop and when it came to breakdancing. So Alex broke those barriers for people, and I want to say thank you, Aaron, because you telling his story helps people across this nation, and it's to be celebrated. Thank you.
Can we get the crew to come up? We want you guys in the picture, my man. Let's get you guys up here. See you guys. Come on. Hey.
get in a break stance right here. You're gonna do it? Hey, come on. Where's City Hall? Come on now. Let's go. B-Boy and Boo. Representing. Let's go, homie. Come on now, man. And that's why you're making the movie, bro.
Thank you. The next one, Councilman Vasquez, please. This is for the National Community Health Workers Awareness Week.
Thank you. I'd like to call up Josefina Jimenez, Maria Merlan, Ana Lidia Tutila. Oh man, I'm honored and humbled to be up here with these ladies today. We're declaring, City of Santa Ana proclaims August 28th to September 21st, 2023 as National Community Health Workers Awareness Week. The National Association of Community Health Workers developed this event to increase awareness of community health workers' identity, roles, impact on communities, and leadership, to promote policies that respect, protect, and authentically collaborate with the community health workers profession. Community health workers' dedication and efforts, especially during the challenging times of COVID pandemic, have been remarkable in supporting and uplifting the communities they serve. The promotoras here vaccinated this community. They fed us at the same time. They took care of us. They uplifted us. I worked with them for many years, and I just saw their work during COVID. It was amazing. Community health workers play a critical role in our community's well-being and health. Organizations such as Latino Health Access have selfishly undertaken the task of bringing health, equity, and sustainable change through education services, consciousness raising, and civic participation. Thank you. ¿Alguien quería hablar?
Gracias. Mi nombre es Josefina Jiménez y tengo el privilegio de representar a más de 80 promotoras que trabajan en Latino Health Access y a otras más red nacional de promotores. La verdad es un honor el poder estar aquí, se los agradecemos. Y constantemente nos preguntan qué es un promotor. Un promotor es un miembro más de la comunidad con muchos problemas como cualquier otra persona, pero con mucha resiliencia y corazón para ayudar a otros. Podemos inyectar muchísima esperanza de nuestras propias historias y hacemos que muchos de esos casos donde la gente nos comparte sus historias podamos navegar los sistemas. Los promotores hemos estado antes de la pandemia, durante la pandemia y ahora después de la pandemia. Y muchas de estas promotoras, igual que yo, somos personas migrantes que hemos sido líderes en nuestras comunidades, tanto en nuestros países como aquí en este condado. Lo agradecemos, lo honramos, pero también queremos alzar un poquito la voz y decir que no nada más vamos a estar encasilladas y que se ha valorado nuestro trabajo, y esta es la gran oportunidad que tenemos de que seamos reconocidas, que tengamos mejores salarios y también muchos mejores beneficios para nuestro mismo crecimiento personal y también para nuestras familias. Se los agradecemos. Las promotoras, no importando la organización que representemos, siempre estamos trabajando unidas porque no nos dividimos. Seguimos adelante, perseverando para ayudar a esta comunidad tan vulnerable y la que tiene tantas barreras. Esa es la labor del promotor. Muchísimas gracias.
Necesito una pared. Buenas tardes.
Somos dos paredes gruesas.
Ya. Quiero enseñar lo que es las promotoras. Dice que promovemos y educamos a... Hágase para acá porque no la veo. Así. Promovemos, educamos y guiamos con programas educativos a nuestras comunidades. La resiliencia nos enseñó la capacidad de superar circunstancias traumáticas que vivimos antes, durante y después de la pandemia y de un sistema que no trabaja. Orienta a las personas y les ayuda a identificar cuáles son sus necesidades para poder vivir con dignidad humana y sin temor. Somos mediadores culturales entre los servicios de salud sociales y la comunidad. El objetivo o la finalidad del promotor es llegar a la meta mejorando la calidad de vida de nuestras comunidades. Todo lo que hacemos es escuchar, investigar y motivar y proyectar un futuro mejor para nuestras futuras generaciones. Somos los ojos y los oídos, la voz de la gente que nuestros representantes representan. Somos raíces, fuentes de información y herramientas. Enforzamos y entendemos y hemos aprendido a permanecer y ser equitativos con los demás. Sonreímos y lloramos contando nuestras historias y testimonios de la gente que representamos, y eso nos da la fe y la fuerza de seguir adelante. Somos voluntarios de corazón apasionado, gracias a Dios. Hoy día abogamos por una proclamación justa que le abra las puertas de oportunidades a las promotoras sin importar su estatus migratorio, ya que eso no ha impedido ser un voluntario. Es justo que su voluntariado sea recompensado y les pedimos que apoyen, por favor. Somos promotoras de salud, una esperanza positiva. Gracias.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Merlán y como miran traigo, como dijeron las compañeras, somos promotoras que a veces no nomás estamos en una organización, ¿verdad? Nos educamos, nos preparamos porque no somos doctoras, no tenemos un título, pero nos tenemos que capacitar para poder apoyar a la comunidad. Somos madres, padecemos las mismas necesidades y sabemos de la raíz lo que necesitamos y la comunidad nos tiene esa confianza de decir, ¿saben qué? Ayúdenme. ¿Cómo puedo hacer para solucionar eso? Entonces nosotros brindamos esos recursos y somos el enlace de las organizaciones, de los doctores, todo eso somos nosotros. Entonces necesitamos su apoyo, necesitamos ser reconocidas, porque no nos reconocen, nomás dicen van las promotoras, pero no tenemos ese reconocimiento. Entonces muchas gracias por eso y es un honor estar aquí.
Nada más quiero decir, y somos comunidad, no nada más somos promotores, somos comunidad, venimos de la comunidad, trabajamos para la comunidad y sabemos la necesidad de la comunidad. Gracias.
¡Arriba las mujeres! All right, great, thank you. We have one staff presentation this evening, Madam City Manager. May we please hear the presentation?
Certainly, Honorable Mayor and council members, we do have a staff presentation concerning the citywide parking study, which is taking place right now. Many of you may have noticed some white vehicles driving around the city with a camera sticking out of their window. So Nabil Saba will be providing the presentation. Ready to go.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. This presentation is to provide you with our progress report in the effort of evaluating the city's residential parking permit program. The city retained Dixon Resources Unlimited to evaluate the current residential parking program and to provide suggested parking action and implementation plan for council consideration. Dixon Resources is well-positioned and experienced in conducting similar studies, such as ones are done in Costa Mesa and Tustin. Dixon Resources also retained FER and peers for outreach support. Our progress includes stakeholders' input, analysis of parking conditions, data collection, and parking action plan. We developed a public participation plan and launched an online survey. We also launched a pilot parking programs in selected streets. Staff and consultants have done on-site assessment and ride-alongs. We also reviewed community feedback. We also have implemented license plate technology for data collection. We also began municipal code review, research feasibility of parking lefts, permit fees, and reviewed permit program study cases. Our initial findings, some of our initial findings include differing policies between single-family and multi-family dwellings. Density is a challenge. It is common to have multiple families in a single home, and many households have several cars. Permit rates are considered high. The permit application is inefficient and inconvenient. There are common misconceptions, however, like parking permits are revenue generators, and if someone pays taxes and car registration should not have to pay for parking permit. In addition, enforcement is not consistent and physical permits are difficult to verify. As of August 7, 2023, we received over 1,700 online survey responses. Survey will remain open for the duration of the assessment. Survey is available online in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese, and in paper format in the 3 languages. At this time, I would like to ask that all of our city residents fill the survey. They can search the Santa Ana parking program, and that will lead them to the survey. It's very easy and convenient to do, and again, we do have it in paper format if they wish. Some of the survey results showed common themes. Safety concerns such as walking long distances at night, poor light, and high traffic areas are concerns. Enforcement and compliance are believed to be inconsistent. Spillover impacts results from apartment residents that have insufficient parking at or near their homes. One of the questions on the survey was, how many cars does your household have? Most households have at least 2 vehicles. Some households have up to 11 vehicles. Another survey question was, which of the following statements apply to your residential parking experience? Some of the answers were limited guest parking, reserving parking spaces with objects, car parked for long periods of time, car parked on streets during street sweeping time, lack of parking enforcement, no options for mobility other than cars, unsafe to park far from home, and uncomfortable to display parking sticker on my car. Those are some of the responses. As I mentioned, we have started data collection. In order to capture a more complete picture of street parking density, data collection takes place 3 times a day, at 5, 1:30, and 8 o'clock, to get a picture of how the streets look in terms of density and amount of vehicles are in any one particular span of a sidewalk or curb. These maps show examples of what the data collection will provide. Some of the policies that impact parking in Santa Ana are reduced parking requirements to support ADU development. Cities can no longer impose minimum parking requirements on new developments within half a mile of a public transit stop. The Attorney General opinion that multi-unit dwellings shall include a permit zone and programs alongside single-family homes. Now you may want to ask, what's the next steps? The next steps are to continue with stakeholders' input and council updates like we're doing right now, continue with the program analysis, which will include evaluation of staffing, permit rates, a review of pilot programs, and continue with the data collection. The plan is to bring to you draft parking action plan as a recommendation in the fall of 2024. This concludes my presentation and the progress report, and I'm open for any questions. We also have members of Dixon team and our own traffic team here for questions if you like. Thank you.
Thank you, Nabil. Very good presentation. And in the beginning, when we were talking about doing this, I was like, I don't know about parking permits, but the more we talk about it, especially when you mention 11 cars, I'm like, yeah, we need to talk about parking permits. Are there any questions from any, or comments from any of the councilmen? Is there, nobody's pushing? Councilman Becerra?
I did.
Push that button, push that button.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Nabil, for the presentation and the update. You know, it's something you hit the nail on the head. We need folks to fill out the survey. Now, the interesting thing is, from the stats that you shared with me, more people have filled out the survey for the parking than they did for the budget. So, but kind of shows you how important parking is to many folks here. But one thing I do want to emphasize that I'm hearing a lot of folks provide feedback to me directly about is enforcement. And I know that's not necessarily your department, that also is Chief Valentine's, but we definitely need, you know, for folks that are going to take all the time and energy to go out and collect the signatures and go through the painful process block by block to do permit parking, there has to be the enforcement. So I would just say, as part of the recommendations that you're going to eventually bring back to us, there has to be something that shows how we're going to make sure that there's consistent enforcement in these areas.
Absolutely.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't see any other names. Go ahead, Councilmember Finn.
Thank you. So first, I'm so excited about this because I know that since I joined, even before I joined, Councilman Becerra had brought this up. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Lopez and I had talked to residents about it. And I live in multifamily housing. I live in a townhouse. We have 2 cars. And in order to get a guest parking pass, we have to literally allow the HOA to come check our garage to make sure that we're actually parking 2 cars in there. And there's not a lot of street parking. I mean, you know about it. So I know the pain. And my mom lives in a duplex at the end of a cul-de-sac whereby she's handicapped, so she has to park by the house. And if we come over for dinner, sometimes there's no parking. Folks in nearby neighborhoods come there to park. People leave out their trash cans. Actually, some people leave out orange cones now to try to block the street. But the point is, you know, they've tried multiple times in that neighborhood to get permit parking, but they can't because traditionally has been only available, it needed the vote of property owners. And everyone in that neighborhood, except for a couple buildings, are renters. And so these are some of the issues that I know Public Works is working on to make it equitable. Over 60% of our residents here in Santa Ana are renters. And renters matter too. My mom's lived in the same rental units for over 20 years. You can't tell me she doesn't care about her neighborhood. And so I'm really excited that Public Works is bringing this back. I would like to encourage everyone to tell their friends. I made my husband fill one out too, as well as all my neighbors. So make sure you do that. I do want to kind of say, and I think this is something we've talked about, is the discussion of enforcement, like Councilmember Becerra mentioned, is what the process is if we bring it to Public Works instead of PD, because Public Works is also working 24 hours, and that's just part of the job, and what that would mean as to cost, because I know that we want to be able to enforce this, but we want to be as efficient as possible and to make sure that people feel that they get a fair shot, right? And I also want to remind everybody that these are public streets. We all pay taxes. And for every single-family homeowner who says you can't park on that public street because it's my street, let me remind you, we all pay taxes. And for every person who says that I need to have that parking spot in front of my house, I also want to ask you, if I were to check your garage, are you parking in your garage? Because I know I have to. And then finally, I want to also ask that as you go through the process of getting information and just keeping us updated about what's happening and what the next step is, I think a lot of residents are eager to get more information, and so this is really great. But what you did about being proactive, about folks going around with cameras, taking pictures, I think because staff was so proactive, we didn't have alarm, and I think that's really important for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other speakers. I remind the council it's 3 minutes, 3 rounds, so you're going to take your 3 rounds all at once. But I just want to say again to Bill, thank you very much, and you can let the timer go on for me, Jennifer, as well. You collected data, which I think it's really important that the community knows. I know they heard you, but I just want to I want to say it again. You're out there collecting data at 5 a.m., at 1:30 p.m., and at 8 p.m. And those hours are very important, right? Especially when 1:30 p.m. and people are, either going to work or they're going to school, they're home. And then at 8 p.m. again, when a lot of people are home. And so you get more information. So again, thank you very much. And I look forward to hearing more about this. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Thank you, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I do. The City Council met in closed session to discuss several items this evening, and prior to going into closed session, the City Council added an item. The item that was added was a matter involving the California Department of Public Health's approval of a syringe or needle exchange delivery program to be operated by the Harm Reduction Institute. The council has authorized a challenge to this approval, and we will keep you updated. That's all the reportable action that I have.
Yes, you should clap. That's a very good thing. We are going to challenge it. So thank you. All right. So next one. This is the time of the meeting for the City Council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items pursuant to the Brown Act. The City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. Speakers will have 3 minutes for their comments. Pursuant to resolution number 2013-019, speakers are requested to refrain from profane language, racial epithets, and libelous or slanderous statements that disturb the decorum of the meeting. We will now hear from the members that are on Zoom, and then after that, we will hear from the public and those that are physically present. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And prior to unmuting the callers on Zoom, I'd like to report out on the electronic comments received for this meeting. We did receive 177 prior to 2 p.m. today. There were 4 on item number 4, the permit parking report, 2 on item 13, the grand jury reports, 134 related to item 14 on enforcement efforts, 1 related to item 15, the renaming of a street to Zoo Lane, 2 on item number 27 related to the recall election, and 24 on item 29, the canceled public hearing related to the alley abandonment, and 10 on non-agenda topics. So speakers on the queue may provide their comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction. When unmuted, please announce your name, ward, or neighborhood that you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record. And the first speaker on Zoom, Daisy Ramirez. Please go ahead and unmute. Ms. Ramirez?
Yes, I'm right here. Thank you so much.
Okay, please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Daisy Ramirez, and I'm a senior policy advocate and organizer at ACLU of Southern California. My work includes examining conditions of confinement in the Orange County jail system and advocating with people in custody and their loved ones. I'm joining today's meeting to comment on agenda item 14, the dangerous and regressive public intoxication, detention, and substance abuse enforcement policy that was introduced during the Santa Ana City Council meeting on July 18th. Criminalizing poverty, houselessness, and healthcare issues is morally wrong, violent, harmful, and always ineffective. Experience and litigation have demonstrated that municipalities cannot target, arrest, and jail unhoused people and people experiencing substance use needs as a remedy or way out of the unmet housing and behavioral health needs of Santa Ana residents. According to data from the Board of State and Community Corrections, nearly 50% of people in the Orange County jail system have an open mental health case. Approximately 30% are receiving psychotropic medication, 70% are detained pre-trial, most too poor to afford bail, and 1 in 5 people behind bars are unhoused. Data obtained by Million Dollar Hoods, a research team at UCLA, reveals that although respectively Latinx and Black people make up 34.1% and 1.6% of the Orange County population, they represented 46.5% and 6.7% of the Orange County jail bookings between 2010 and 2018, indicating significant racial disparities. During the same time, the top 3 charges against people in OC jails were DUI, drug possession, and probation supervision violations. Santa Ana was a top home city for those booked into an OC jail, accounting for 13% of the county jail population. Poor people, Black people, and brown people, and people with mental health and substance use needs are suffering in Santa Ana and countywide. Criminalizing substance use is a failed and retrograde policy that is both immoral and ineffective. It has only served to expand our bloated carceral system, wage war on poor people and communities of color, and stigmatize substance use as a personal failure. It is time to end the culture of disposability and treat substance use as a public health issue that it is. We cannot continue to throw money at police and jails and expect a different outcome. We demand humane and effective policies and investments in housing and care, not police and jails. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom, Kara Sandoval. Ms. Sandoval?
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Kara Sandoval. I'm a social worker, advocate, and doctorate candidate at USC School of Social Work. And I was born and raised in Santa Ana. I wanted to speak on agenda item 14 on behalf of my houseless neighbors that are continuously harassed by the police and the community. Unhoused people are much more likely to be arrested, which prohibits them from receiving housing, employment, healthcare, and other vital life-saving services. This is a very serious situation. And I'd like to bring attention to the story of an unhoused man that suffered at the hands of discrimination and criminalization by the police. I'm sure we can all remember this story. His name was Kelly Thomas, a 37-year-old houseless man that suffered from schizophrenia. He was a well-known unhoused member of our community. He was known by local business, activists, and community members. On July 5th, 2011, Kelly was in a parking lot and a local business owner called the police. At first, 2 police officers responded to the call and approached Kelly. So they began interrogating Kelly about his unusual behavior in the parking lot. They also called for additional 4 officers to help. Just to put this in perspective, Kelly only weighed 135 pounds, while the officers' combined weight was over 1,500 pounds. For the next 10 minutes, the officers beat Kelly to the point where he was unrecognizable. Kelly repeatedly called out for his father and apologized, it can be heard, repeatedly uttering the phrase, "I can't breathe." Those involved in the meeting did everything they could to place the blame on Kelly as being a dangerous, unhoused man. He ended up dying in the hospital 5 days later. His death did bring attention to the violence that the houseless community endures at the hands of the police. So I tell this story as evidence of what happens to unhoused people and how vulnerable they are to violence and murder at the hands of stakeholders that perpetuate this cycle of violence. This brings me back to the same names of so many unhoused people who have lost their lives unjustifiably at the hands of our police. Vincent Valenzuela, Monique Decker, Kurt Reinhold, and that list continues. Please do not enforce the public intoxication and substance abuse policy in Santa Ana. Our unhoused neighbors deserve more. They are human beings. They deserve housing, not handcuffs. They deserve services, not sweeps. Every unhoused person deserves to be treated with empathy, compassion, and dignity.
You cannot disrupt this meeting, sir, please.
We must
I
demand that
understand
housing.
Please let her finish. I apologize. Go ahead.
We must demand that housing is a human right and stop enforcing violent policing, encampment sweeps, and punitive ordinances that have a devastating impact on our houseless community. Thank you very much.
Next speaker on Zoom, Sonia.
Good evening, Mayor.
Hold on one second, Jennifer,
Mayor.
please. Jennifer, can you hold on the call?
Someone tried to interrupt me.
Ma'am, just one moment, please.
No, ma'am, I'm not trying to interrupt you. So we need to keep decorum in here, please, and not engage in arguments or, please, because otherwise we'd have to ask you to leave the meeting, and we don't want to disrupt people while they're speaking, please. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Jennifer, I apologize.
Sonia, please proceed with your comments.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sonia Fernandez. I have been a resident of Santa Ana for 14 years, Ward 3. I urge the council to support item 14, directing SAPD to enforce public intoxication laws. I believe the priority for the safety of the tax-paying citizens of Santa Ana has been pushed to the side long enough. Mental health for our children and the entire Santa Ana community is your responsibility as leaders. Watching someone shoot up while at a red light, nodding off at the bus stop next to you, or walking down the middle of the street half naked on the way to school does not provide a healthy environment. Is this what you want for your community? The memories that people will have of this city and their childhoods? I would like to remind you that you work for the residents of Santa Ana, your constituents that have voted for you. Some of the council members are blurring the purpose of this request. I would like to clarify that there are subcategories of homeless. There are the ones willing to accept help and are working hard to overcome their hardships. And there are the ones who decline the help time and time again, suffering of drug addiction and mental health conditions that do not allow them to keep themselves safe or make the right decisions. It's not about the unhoused, it's about public safety. For the people that are not able to care for themselves and for those who live in the same environment. And let's remember that most of them are not Santaneros, they come from different cities, counties, even states. People will not stop substance abuse because they are housed. And these numbers only continue to grow and continue to make Santa Ana unsafe, unsightly, depressing. Is this what you want as your legacy? I would like for the council to request in the homeless update from the city clerk the number of beds that each neighboring city has to offer the unhoused, and to make this public at every homeless report that is being given going forward. This is to allow us the insight of what our neighboring cities are collaborating with, other than animal shelters. I know that if approved, there are concerns of police response time. I would like to ask what the progress on SAPD hiring to fill in the various positions is. To add insult to injury, the California Department of Public Health has approved syringe exchange in Santa Ana despite the heavy opposition, facilitating resources which more often than not are declined by these individuals, as per Mr. Kaminsky's report into the July 18th meeting. Drain money from the city resources. Money that could be redirected for free programs to keep our children engaged and with the increased chance for a higher level of education. Thank you for your time and effort to keep Santa Ana residents safe. I hope you make the right decision for the majority of the people. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom, Eve Garrow.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Eve Garrow, a policy analyst with the ACLU of Southern California and a volunteer with Housing as a Human Right Orange County and other local advocacy groups. I continue to urge you to reject item number 14, the so-called public intoxication and substance abuse enforcement proposal. This carceral policy would call for Santa Ana police officers to haul all residents who they perceive to be intoxicated to jail and to provide them with information on available substance use treatment services before release. I urge you to focus on investments in housing and voluntary community-based services instead, so that help is actually available. The policy is premised on the false assumption that people are refusing housing and services and must be forced by our criminal legal system to get help. But we know the real problem is a dire shortage of affordable housing and services that people need and want. People are not refusing safe housing and services because those resources are rarely available. People with service needs will not benefit from encounters with police and time in jail. They will be needlessly traumatized, exposed to searches during detention and processing, separated from their belongings and companions, displaced and exposed to criminalization and a high likelihood of other charges. Also, they can receive a flyer that could have been handed out or left available in a public area. I know an unhoused woman with severe cognitive disabilities who regularly became nonverbal for many months at a time after spending even a short amount of time in jail for sleeping in public. This is just one example of how the policy would harm rather than help. The mayor and several city council members have used unacceptable language when talking about unhoused neighbors and made it clear that the underlying goal of this policy is to forcibly erase these community members from public places. But cycling people in and out of jail will not solve the housing affordability crisis, which is the root cause of houselessness. Moreover, you must stop using denigrating speech when referring to unhoused constituents. These words perpetuate several false and inflammatory stereotypes. As elected representatives, it is your duty to speak the truth, to be honest, and to treat every resident of Santa Ana with the dignity and respect we all deserve. I join numerous groups, congregations, and individuals to ask that you invest in housing and voluntary services, not police and jails. Housing is a human right. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom, Pat Davis.
Yes, good evening and thank you. I'd like to read from a message to the mayor and the city council that Santa Ana needs housing and voluntary services, not police and jail. The undersigned individuals and 20 plus community organizations demand that you reverse your July 18, 2023 recommendation to have the Santa Ana Police Department implement what is now called in item 14, public intoxication and substance abuse enforcement policy. Instead, we strongly recommend the city invest in real solutions, safe, permanent, affordable housing, and desperately needed voluntary community-based services. The city policy calls for Santa Ana police officers to stop and detain anyone in public who they perceive to be intoxicated. We know that this policy is premised on a false assumption that people are refusing housing and services and must be forced by our criminal legal system to get help. The real problem is that Santa Ana, like so many cities, is experiencing a dire shortage of voluntary behavioral and mental health and affordable housing. Waits for mental health and substance use treatment are long at best and are rarely available on demands. Evidence shows that jails are likely to traumatize people and are not conducive to care and recovery. While your stated policy does not overtly single out unhoused community members, comments by the mayor and council members during the July 18th meeting made clear that the underlying goal of this policy is to use law enforcement to forcibly clear public places of visibly unhoused and unsheltered persons. While some on the council argue that this policy might be helpful, it will only target and hurt people. Community members will be needlessly traumatized, exposed to unlawful searches during the detention and processes, and separated from their belongings and companions. And again, all so that they can be handed a flyer that could be distributed in the public sphere. Criminalization harms our entire community. The proposal would put more untrained discretionary power in the hands of the police department, which already monopolizes over a third of your city's budget. The policy also aims to divide our community. During general public comment at the last meeting, many of your constituents pointed out that your use of fear-mongering stereotypes about unhoused neighbors and people with substance use issues is a political ploy to divide housed and unhoused constituents, all of whom would benefit from the investments in affordable housing and community-based services. Thank you.
They weren't constituents.
Next speaker on Zoom, Nadia A. Please proceed with your comment, Nadia. Nadia, can you unmute? Next speaker, Lou Noble. Lou Noble.
Do you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Noble, please proceed with your
Hello,
comments.
am I on? Hello, am I on?
Yes, you are.
My name is Lou Noble. I'm sorry, I probably have my headphones. So my name is Lou Noble. I don't know if everybody can hear me, but all I can say about this proposal for 14, it has already been done. It's not new. The police have been putting people in jail for years for any little thing, misdemeanors that they find wrong. So this proposal is not going to be, it's going to be more harmful to the community because of spending over and over millions of dollars on policing, even when the police don't even want to do the job because they're not social workers. We need more social workers out there talking to these people and be able to get them into even the structured campground. That's all. I mean, nobody has asked those people what they want. And they don't want much, okay? Because we've been through this since 2010 when the homeless population lost their homes, lost their businesses, like I did, okay? But I was fortunate and blessed to have a motorhome and a park to go to because I belong to a resort park that got me through. That it got us through the situation that we were at. And why I actually advocated for structured campgrounds because nobody, even you or I or anybody, wants to go to a shelter because you're putting people, hundreds of people with different mental, drug addiction, all kinds of situations that you cannot get your head straight there. So I hope everybody's hearing this because I can't hear myself. But anyways, thank you.
Next speaker, Martha Molina.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, good evening. First of all, thank you, Mayor. I saw you on Channel 7 on the Needle Exchange Program. Please let us know how we can help. My name is Martha Molina. I live in Ward 3. And today I speak in strong support of item number 14, the motion introduced by Councilman Phil Becerra. As a resident of Santa Ana, I want to let the outsiders know that are speaking that, you know, if you lived in our city, you would know that Santa Ana has taken its beyond its responsibility of providing shelter beds and affordable housing. I invite you to learn about all of the added units that are being built across our city. So I would invite you to learn about that first, do your homework before you ask us to put in more resources. You go ahead and go to the other cities around Santa Ana, Tustin, Newport Beach, Huntington Beach, Irvine, who will not build the kind of affordable housing that's needed, yet they will dump their homeless in our city. I've also speak from experience. I have 30 years in local government experience and have worked with homeless families from Skid Row. And yes, I mean, I've worked on housing 1,000 people, and then you do have the others that will not take help, that do not want to be housed. And so I would ask ACLU to please help us get money from the county to be able to provide mental health, more mental health, to give us the beds, the treatment beds that are needed. Absolutely. We don't have enough mental health money or beds for treatment. And so I think that, we fully support our Santa Ana PD to be able to enforce this law, since we've tried numerous times to get them off the street. And so again, I think that our city has done enough to be able to help the unhoused. And so with that, I, again, from Ward 3, I strongly support Councilman Becerra's effort on item 14. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom, Victor Payan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Awesome. Hi, I am Victor Payan, a resident of Ward 2 and the founding director of Media Arts Santa Ana. Masa, I want to invite everyone to attend our free Smart Walk South Main Arts, Retail, and Technology Resource Fair this Saturday from 11 to 5 at the OC Musicians Union, 2050 South Main near Warner. And there is 1 hour street parking right in front of the space. The Smart Walk is a free community resource fair showcasing technology-based art, businesses, career opportunities, and training programs to Santa Ana youth and adults. It is free and open to the public and will include artists, organizations, demonstrations, educational opportunities, food trucks, and an art and technology-based resource organizations. It will feature augmented reality art, music programs, video game design, drone piloting, arts and technology programs, Santa Ana Public Library Knowledge Mobile, artists, the San Arte History Walk. We're celebrating Rickenbacker, who has been in South Main since 1964. And the union has its own lot, and there, like I said, there's free parking. So we hope everyone gets there. 2050 South Main, also accessible by Octa 53 and 72 bus lines, and free. More information at masamedia.org. Now I want to take my nonprofit hat off and speak as a resident of Ward 2 to talk about the discussion at the last meeting about the fees for city facilities that was put forward by Councilman Hernandez. I just wanted to call attention that community members in support of this request were talking about excessive fees for residents to use community centers for meetings, not talking about fields and athletic spaces. We're talking about residents who are not charging fees, who are not commercial enterprises, to have safe spaces to meet, organize, socialize, discuss, and inform each other about community issues. To use Roosevelt Walker Community Center as an example, we're talking about a fully funded operation with staff that is already paid to be there, with a computer room housing 20 computers that is closed to the public, and with a room dedicated to PAL that is only used for 6 hours a week, with tables and chairs that are already paid for. It should not cost $116 an hour plus $300 deposit plus insurance for tax-paying residents to use the spaces that are already being paid for. I commend Councilmember Hernandez for bringing this issue to the council's attention. He's 100% right about the need to re-examine the fees charged to residents to use spaces that are already fully funded, staffed, and equipped. I'd also like to ask Council members Peñalosa and Becerra to consider that we can address this inequity separately from the issues faced by baseball fields and other city spaces. Nobody's going to resell a meeting room or steal bales of copper wire from the Roosevelt Walker Community Center. I urge the council and city to reconsider fees to address this inequity. Also, on issue number 27, I want to vote to ask the council not to accept the resolution to accept the certification of the recall for Councilmember Lopez because there are serious allegations about how those signatures were gathered, lies told to residents by signature gatherers, and a current lawsuit challenging this effort. I also asked the city to look into whether the Santa Ana POA using fear-mongering
Sir,
and
your
lies
time
to
is up.
gather signatures that might violate the conspiracy.
Mayor, that concludes the Zoom comments.
Thank you. We'll now go to public comments for those that are present here. I'm going to call two at a time. If you can please come up and line up here, please. Angela Capaccio and Ellen Cottle.
Hello? Okay. Did not realize I was going to be first. Hello, my name is Angela, and I'm a resident and homeowner in Santa Ana in Ward 3, and I'm here to speak on item 4 and ask for equitable access to public street parking. Since I purchased my condo, all of the public streets have turned into permit-only parking, And as a condo owner, I am not allowed to purchase a permit. I would love to. I'd be more than happy to pay that money, but I am legally not allowed to purchase a permit, and it's nearly a walk of about a mile from my condo to publicly available parking I'm legally allowed to park in. As you can see, I'm a young woman. I live with my 20-something-year-old niece. It is unsafe for us to walk that distance at night, and we are forced to make do with one car and expensive Uber drives. Many of my fellow homeowners have two people working in their household. If you're married, you have a spouse, you have two cars, they have to make the decision, am I going to park my car legally but unsafely? Am I going to park my car illegally and get fined? Or am I going to park my car in a local business and pray they don't tow me? We can't have guests. I've never had an overnight guest. It's impossible for me to have an overnight guest. My fellow residents combined pay hundreds or even thousands of dollars a year in fines to the city because there's nowhere for us to park our car. Santa Ana's policies are implicitly saying, yeah, it's nice that you want to live here and own your home here, but we only care about you for parking if you are rich enough to afford a single-family home. We're not trying to park 11 cars. We just want one. I just want one extra car for my home. When most of us bought our homes, there were no parking issues with parking. However, due to Santa Ana's discriminatory preference for single-family homeowners above all others, all the street parking is for their use and their dedicated use only. I pay thousands of dollars a year in property tax, and I can't park on the streets I pay for. Meanwhile, richer families get to convert their garages to storage or to living space, claim they don't have any parking on the streets, and then to make themselves permit parking and nobody else can park there. I'm imploring you to open the public permit system to allow condo owners to park on the public streets. We aren't strangers trying to take over your neighborhood. We aren't doing drugs or leaving trash or doing unspeakable things. We're your neighbors. We're the people who live next to you. And I'm just imploring you to remember that when you complain about those stupid condo owners, those stupid apartment owners, we're just trying to live in Santa Ana like the rest of you are. And all we're asking for is an equitable place to put our cars, not 11, one, maybe two. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. On a note, and when you come up, if you can just tell us what city you are, so I know that the parking issue, we can address that. So if you can tell us what city you reside in, please, when you come up to speak. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alan Cottle. We live in the Meredith Parkwood area. In my job, one of the main things that I work on is safety management systems and risk management. I'm really concerned about the parking situation in terms of risk for our children. When you start lining up parked cars on a street in a neighborhood, it's one thing in a busy area. In a neighborhood, when you start to line up cars, you really start to limit visibility. We have a lot of children that live in our neighborhood. And if you see the people who use our neighborhood as a cut-through at high speed, if you have visibility, you can see children chasing balls, you can see dogs running out into the street. It's not a big issue. Once you start lining those cars up, now kids appear out of nowhere and it's impossible to stop. That's a tragedy waiting to happen. I'm very concerned. That from a safety standpoint, I understand that permit parking and parking in general in our city is an issue, but there are hundreds of businesses just in our area alone that have an enormous parking lot that is vacant all night. And I feel like the solution is to start approaching some of these businesses and saying from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. or we need to start working with some of our local partners to allow residents, because if we allow just unfettered access to all of the streets, I feel like we're going to see just a difficult situation and a dangerous situation for the homeowners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Adam Zierstra, and followed by Brad Day.
Hi, I'm Adam Zilstra from in Ward 5, West 7th Street. And Yeah, so I guess sort of related to this whole parking issue. Yeah, the code enforcement has been coming down on our entire block. Basically, nearly every house on our block has 7 cars, and that's due to we can't afford. I mean, we have 10 people living in our house. We cannot park in our garage. We need the space. The street, it's really a challenge to park in the street. And so the solution that we have all done, we have all paved over our front lawns, and we all park, 5 cars in front of our house. There is absolutely no other solution to the problem, and somebody decided to send code enforcement to make the situation worse. And we have, multi-generation living in the house. We're not rich, and they're coming after us, and we're in a horrible situation because of this code enforcement thing. They forced us to dig up part of our driveway and put, quote, landscaping in. I mean, we were not an eyesore. We keep things looking nice. There's nothing wrong with what we're doing. We're paying our taxes. And, I understand, there's some rule, code enforcement, whatever, but it should not be enforced. And that is what's happening. Everybody digging up the driveway. Now there's no place for anyone to park. And you talk about Sunday nights because Monday's trash day. Everybody strategically places their trash cans to block all of the parking, and there's nowhere to park. It is tragic on Sunday nights. And the other thing, when people park, there'll be a space for 3 cars, and they manage to make it so only 2 can fit, or 2, and they manage to make it so only 1 can fit. And trash cans should be placed blocking the driveway, and just move them when you need to get in and out. That would provide more parking. Put lines here, park there, rather than hogging multiple spaces for a car. Stop this whole code enforcement thing of not allowing people to park, in their front of their house. We have a wall around it and everything. We're not creating any eyesore. All of the cars are running. We need them. I'm being forced to get rid of my car due to this because I have no place to park. And this is just going after tax-paying residents. Yet we have people selling, meth on the streets, living in their cars, and nobody's going after them because they don't have checkbooks. So, please honor the residents. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brad Day. I live at 2002 North William Street in the Meredith Parkwood tract of housing. Councilperson Lopez is our councilperson, and we thank you, Councilperson Lopez, for your support of our neighborhood. We have a lot of parking challenges in our neighborhood. Condominiums, single-family dwellings. My family and I have lived where we live for 26 years. When we bought our home, there were no parking problems. And over the years, demand for parking has expanded, and our neighborhood became unsafe. Parked cars on the side of the road, trash on the curbs in the mornings, loud parties and stuff going on by the cars at night, car alarms going off, cars starting up and coming and going all night. We had small children at the time, and Mr. Cottle's comments about if you have cars parked along the street, kids can run out and somebody's going to get killed. And we spent thousands of dollars that we didn't have at the time to put up a wide iron railed fence around our home. We live on a corner to keep our children from running out into the street because we were so terrified something was going to happen to one of them. And it came down to we decided we either needed to move. We don't want to move. We love Santa Ana, or we needed permit parking. And so we asked the city to evaluate and put in permit parking. And I know that creates issues for the condominiums that live next to us, and my heart goes out to them. But I don't think the solution is to crowd city streets with parking. As Mr. Cottle pointed out, there's tons and tons of space for overnight parking. It just requires a conversation between the city, the school district. There's a school right next to the condominiums. There's private businesses right next to the condominiums. All of those parking lots sit empty. All it requires is a conversation, and there may need to be some insurance or something to protect people from liability, but it's something that could easily take care of all the parking problems, at least in our area. We love Santa Ana. My family is multiracial. We live in Santa Ana because of that component. We love it here. And so as you're doing this parking, we would ask you, as you're evaluating this, we would ask you to please keep a balanced perspective.
Sir,
Please
your time is up.
don't force unnecessary parking onto our neighborhoods.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Janella Simpson, followed by Josie Tenario.
Council members, my name is Janella Simpson. I'm Ward 3, Jesse's ward. So I'm going to try and make it through this as quickly as possible. I'm talking about item number 13, the animal shelter. And full disclosure out there, I am a kitten foster and a volunteer for the Orange County Animal Shelter. I am not here to violate any of their rules because I still want to work with the animals, but the shelter can be very retaliatory. Nonetheless, I have some very strong opinions about the shelter operations. I know a lot's been said about the shelter, and the grand jury detailed a number of the findings, which apparently some council representatives, not necessarily city council, would like to ignore, sweep under the rug, because they want to claim that those opposing the shelter are a bunch of retired do-gooders that don't really know what's necessary to run a shelter. And they want to leave it to the professionals that have degrees in animal husbandry as experts. However, someone has not done their due diligence. Something's wrong. It's seriously wrong. The public has a need for a location with a humane care for lost, stolen, surrendered, and homeless animals, as well as a forum to review those animals available to shop when it's most convenient and take a new family member home. Shelter has value, and they do have a value, but they don't and aren't doing the whole job that's necessary for the public and for the animals. It's inadequate. It's insufficient. The shelter says that they take in sick animals, but if the kitty cat is over 2.5 pounds, guess what? That means that they're about 2.5 months old. They're out on the streets. They don't take them in. They're left to the cars and the coyotes, injuries and no food. They're homeless animals. The shelter, the public doesn't have a place to put their humanity. They want to be kind to these animals. They want to have a place to take them, but basically they're all turned away. There's nothing, there's no funds, apparently. I've had kittens that have had contagious diseases that are entirely treatable, entirely, but rescues have to come in and take care of those animals because the shelter won't, and the shelter also doesn't share the funds to take care of those animals. The next door, people are adamant not to take the animals to the shelter because they're killing them. That's a little overstated, but we need help. The public needs help. The public needs
Ma'am, your time is up.
to have their needs met. Thank you, ma'am, very much. Your time is up.
And animals need to have their needs met. Thank you.
Josie, followed by James Rocha.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Josie Tenorio, and the reason why I'm here today is to address many issues that has came upon, not only in our communities, but is addressing the missing and murdered as well. Because many of our women are murdered on every 60 seconds, goes missing and is being murdered. And why I bring this up is because what's happening in our community at this moment, what's happening today, and what I've heard and what I've seen is actually leads to our women being murdered out there, and this is what needs to stop. And one of the things that I want to bring is that I've actually encountered myself the violence, the whole doxing, and putting our lives in jeopardy. And the reason why I say this is because you guys have allowed not only this woman to come in here to create division among our people, to also create unsafe places for our own women and our sisters and our people to join together and bring awareness to what's happening in our communities. She has not only have docs and also went against our sister here, Nellie Legaspi, she's a commissioner that she's done great work with our native indigenous people. But you've allowed that to come in here and create division, create harmful tactics towards our women, towards our community, towards our families. When will this stop? And then to top it all off, I hear how you all are allowing the police to harass our homeless population. This is something so harmful to our people. You're here, Ms. Mayor, to support our women, to support our indigenous people. And as I stand here, in front of you, I ask, how can you allow this woman or anyone to come into your court, into your circle, and allow for negativity to be displayed against another woman, onto another indigenous person? If we're supposed to be creating bridges and creating rapport with each other and helping and supporting each other and empowering each other, how is that okay? And how is everyone in this room allowing this? How is this okay? Because at this moment, I find myself that if I have to march outside with hundreds and thousands of sisters and people, indigenous families, to stop this, we will do so. And I will not allow this any longer. And so with that being said, this is the reason why I'm here today, to ensure that our families, our relatives, and every single person in this community, in Santa Ana, and everywhere else, feel safe at all times and not be fearful of retaliation for their lives. Nothing further.
Thank you, James Rocha, followed by Abram Maya Jr.
My name is James Rocha. I'm here to advocate for the art show that is to take place at the Chicano Heritage Festival in El Salvador Park in the Community Center this 27th of August. It has come to my attention that this art show was canceled, and partly in behalf of the City Council, even though this art show has been in plans for over a year, or at least 1 year. And I want to know why. Why would the City Council want to cancel an art show, a Chicano art exhibit? I was born in Santa Ana. I was raised in Tustin. Now I live in Fountain Valley. But most of my life, growing up, a lot of my life took place in Santa Ana. My mom was really liked going to church, so every Sunday I would go to church on MacArthur and Greenville. That was Sundays, Tuesdays. I was also involved with the Boy Scouts in Santa Ana. My Boy Scout leader was from McFadden and Minnie Street, so there was that. All the times we would meet up to go to camping trips or to present a flag, we would meet at the Santa Ana Zoo. Eventually, when I finished my Eagle Scout project, I did this at Glen Martin Elementary School right there on Flower and Wilshire. So I have so many positive experiences in Santa Ana, and now that Santa Ana has helped shape me as a person, now I want to give back to the community. And me as an artist, well, I want to do that through art shows, through exhibitions. And I would really love to use the El Salvador Park Community Center for the Chicano Park Heritage Festival. I have so much experience, so much knowledge. I feel that Santa Ana was there for me when I was a youth, and now I wish to be part of that and to help another person that may also be looking for something, looking for inspiration. I believe that true art elevates a person's life, not only the artist, but the viewer as well. Chicano art is very historic and educational in nature. And now I stand here before a council, before the rulers of the city, and I just want to end my 3-minute speech with just saying, what kind of ruler would you like to be? Or what kind of ruler would cancel an art show that is meant to educate the citizens, to unify the public? What kind of Santa Ana would you like to be part of? That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Abram Moya.
Good evening. My name is Abram Moya Jr. Abram Moya Jr. If we could say it right next time. And I am an artist, a freelance artist. I do live in Yorba Linda, but however, I have coordinated and worked with the arts here in Santa Ana for over 30 years. I've worked with Emilio Vasquez, the godfather of Chicano art. I do have a bachelor's and associated arts degree and 1 year towards a master's in public administration. But let's get that all back. My issue here is, why did they cancel out and close down the show for at El Salvador Park? Chicano art and art has always been one of the main 3 R's of the whole system: reading, writing, and arithmetic. Reading, because they have to learn how to read to be able to do a certain subject. Writing is the painting on the wall or the painting on the easel. And the arithmetic, well, of course, they have to measure. I've been involved with so many of the arts and the murals here. The one at Godinez High School with Moises Camacho and many of the students. And I've been also with the Santa Anita Mural Project. I have worked with a lot of these young people, and a lot of these young people need this type of artwork, because it not only does it help them, it also helps out with their comprehension, it helps out with their creativity, and it helps out with their educational future. These individuals and the young people that I've worked with, I'm mentoring, need this type of an art show that should be held at El Salvador Park. Instead of being closed down, you are closing avenues of young people who are over there trying to do something positive. This is a positive element of the community, which brings positiveness to Santa Ana. Mr. Mesqua, your father knows this. Your uncle, Juan, knows this, and your grandmother. And I've met and worked with all 3 of them before in the community. And my ex and your grandmother were very good friends at one time. But I hope I'm not boring you. But anyway, we need this type of stuff. These young people need the artwork, this thing. And to close it down, just to close a week before they had planned it, because these young people are the ones that are planning it. They're going to bring in young artists, get them off the streets, do something positive, something that is very good for them, and they're going to get something back in return. What is the city of Santa Ana going to get? Beauty. And they're going to get a lot of love from their own community on there with that. So that being said, I know I have 20 or 21 or 19 seconds left. I hope that you guys rescind and do allow the art show that the young people have been planning for over a year at the El Salvador Park on the 27th, as they had planned before. And like the young man that said before that, they've been planning this for over a year.
Your time is up.
Why couldn't something have been said a year ago? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Tony Reyes, followed by Dale Halvig. Can you please state what city you live in, please?
Hello, my name is Tonancin Reyes. I'm a part of Ward 5, and I'm here today on behalf of the Articia Pilar community. I would like to address the Chicano Heritage Festival. I was recently informed there will be no more art show or access to the community center, and I was under the impression that the community center would be available for the art show planned on August 27th. I have over 25 artists participating that have been preparing this for months. This function was made strictly for the city's communities, and it was created to inspire the youth for hope and to speak a sense of faith into our community. The purpose of this show is to plant seeds for future generations, and you guys are just taking it like if it doesn't matter. Art has showed me the way to find my own path, and if I can move people with my art and inspire at least one person, then I know that I'm doing right by my community and the community that raised me. All I'm asking for is permission for one day to use the community's facility to give back to something to my community. At the end of the day, what can be done to make this happen? Because giving us a week and a half of notice is unacceptable. The mural isn't enough at the art show. The art show goes hand in hand and everything goes together. And Ms. Amoisqua, with all respect, you know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, you know, what harm is this gonna do to the community? It's for the community, and we need things like this. Would you rather have people be loitering in the city? Because that's what it is out there. That's why I'm an artist, because I want to change that and I want to break the cycle. So I don't understand. You have the power to change this. All you have to do is say one word and it can be done. So at the end of the day, it's on you. And if that show isn't done, just know that there's so many people that are waiting for this, that this can change their lives, and that's going to fall on you and your hands. That's right. Thank you.
Dale Helvick.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff. Dale Helvig, Ward 3. I wanted to talk about 4 items tonight. Item 14, I'm in full support of that. Doing nothing is not compassionate, so I hope we go ahead and approve that. The needle exchange program, it was disturbing to see the Nexel report come out that says permission has been given to the Harm Reduction Institute to go ahead and do the needle exchange. Back when we had the needle exchange before, our community did a park cleanup at Santiago Creek. We collected 2 full liters of needles that were left behind. We found them in the creek, we found them in the playgrounds, we found them in the park space. It's unacceptable, and you guys know that, and I'm glad to hear that you had a closed session item to discuss it. I'm hoping that the Harm Reduction Institute is held accountable for these things. The last needle exchange program, it was said they lost track of 250,000 needles. Unacceptable. And so if we're gonna have the same type of program where we lose these needles, for every needle that citizens find, they ought to be fined $100 or something to hold them accountable. Ideally, let's not even have it. So hopefully you guys are successful in stopping that. Little public service announcement. August 7th is National Purple Heart Day. I'm hoping next year that you guys can do something to honor the people that either gave their lives or were wounded in the protection of the country. So keep that on your calendar, August 7th, National Purple Heart Day. Last thing is, I'm wondering if you guys are considering anything to support the residents of Maui. I think it'd be worthwhile to consider that. I know there's a lot of attention being given to it right now. A lot of private donations are going in, but I think it would be a good gesture on your part to help them out as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Uma Apasani, and I apologize if I say your name wrong. And it looks like you're from Placencia, followed by David Ball.
Hi, my name is Uma. I am a college student and organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation and a lifelong resident of Orange County. I live in Placentia, but I have friends and family members that live in Santa Ana, and I am here to speak against the illogical and inhumane public intoxication and substance abuse enforcement. This measure and the dangerous anti-homeless rhetoric that has been pushed by the council won't help the people of Santa Ana. It only serves to divide our community and distract us from the real difficulties that working class people are facing. Increased police spending, arrests, and even forced relocation have been presented as magical solutions to the addiction problem that people are facing today. The mayor and other council members have used harmful stereotypes to paint the houseless and people suffering from addictions as a dangerous other. However, nothing has been done to address the root cause of these problems. Most of us know, me included, friends and family members that have struggled with substance abuse in the past. These people are some of the most vulnerable members of our community, struggling under a system that is constantly trying to push them down. Every day, the cost of living rises in Santa Ana and around the country as wages stay low. Addiction is a systemic problem rising from poverty, and it should be treated as such, as a health issue that we need to work together to fix. As Police Commander Gaminsky himself mentioned in his update on homelessness from the July 18th meeting, the UCSF statewide study of people experiencing homelessness confirms that most people on the streets have already been to jail. Sending people to jail doesn't save them, it traumatizes them and exacerbates the conditions that may have pushed them to substances in the first place. Yet the city continues to cut public programs and invest more and more money into law enforcement, which already takes up more than a third of the city's budget. We know why this really happens, not to help working people, but to placate the corrupt police union. The police union has threatened council members who go against them with recall elections on many occasions in the past. Their portion of the city budget increases each year, yet the problems that people face remain the same. Clearly, if the city really wants to help the working people of Santa Ana, it needs to focus on providing them with affordable housing and health care. Painting this as a struggle between ordinary people and criminals is reductive and frankly ridiculous when community programs benefit all members of the community and forced searches and arrests harm everyone. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is David Ball. I am a resident of Ward 3, father, husband, and I'd like to say I'm a sculptor. I'm an artist, and I hear that an art show was taken away from these people that were planning on art show. Artists spend a long time on their work, and it's really important to them. It's an outlet. It can help a lot of people. So please give that back to them. Okay, as far as item 14, arresting people for open drug use is a separate issue from homelessness. The 3 council members who do not want to enforce the law and claim this is a housing issue so they can push for more building in high-rise apartments in an already densely populated Santa Ana are doing a huge disservice to the families and residents of Santa Ana. Notice that they are saying no or but without offering any solutions. Calling this a coping mechanism without offering solutions affects the quality of life, safety, and future of our children. Allowing the exposure of children to drugs and crime does not create equity. Conflating the issues of housing and open drug use harms the users and the public. They are completely separate issues. There are plenty of studies showing people with substance abuse problems prior to losing their homes. To be clear, no person, homeless or not, should be arrested for being in public. Item 14 was never about arresting homeless people. Don't let them fool you. It's about arresting people for open drug use in public, arresting people who are using and leaving bloody syringes in our parks, arresting people who are near death, passed out on our public sidewalks, and arresting people who are a danger to society and themselves. And yes, a person high on drugs in the park, regardless of their housing status, should be arrested just like anybody else. But most importantly, they should be given medical help, offered a drug diversion program, and a ride to their home city, wherever that may be, so they have a chance to get off drugs and off the streets. This is your chance to make a difference in Santa Ana. Push housing another way, but don't use these people. They need help, and that may come in the form of an arrest. I support item 14, and I hope you do too.
Thank you. Kimberly Adams is next. And after Kimberly, it's Danny Vega, and then Mara. Sorry, Mara, I cannot pronounce your last name. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Adams. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. I am speaking on behalf of Laura, someone that I've been assisting. I lived in Santa Ana all throughout my 20s. It's near and dear to my heart. I work and volunteer with people now who live in Santa Ana, and Laura, the one I'm talking about, was arrested by Santa Ana police. As a result of that, she was assaulted and was diagnosed with PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Her story is a perfect example of why the public intoxication and substance abuse enforcement policy is a problem and not a solution. Due to an exorbitant rent hike, she was left without a home. In order to cope with a dangerous life on the streets, she uses methamphetamine to stay awake at night so that she doesn't get assaulted or raped. It's a very common problem with females out on the street. They cannot go to sleep at night on the street, it's unsafe. So she drinks alcohol to numb the pain of the loss of her thriving life, her dignity, and her dreams. The solution for Laura is housing, not an arrest like what is proposed in this policy. Service offering is not realistic. I know this. I work with people. Public outreach, or Orange County Outreach and Engagement, I have contacted them 4 times within the last month for different clients, and they don't have shelter beds. So this is not realistic, talking about these resources that are supposedly out there. They're not. I know this firsthand. Sorry. So in reality, so there are hundreds, if not thousands, of residents who are on waiting lists for housing and other services. Shelters are full and dangerous, particularly for women. In reality, we do not have the proper resources to offer her. The true solution is not arrest, but rather housing first, substance abuse counseling in conjunction with wraparound services. Laura could be my daughter, a cherished family member who deserves a safe, stable, affordable place to call home, and the support that she needs to reintegrate into society like the rest of us. Her desires are the same as yours. Her needs the same as ours. An arrest is devastating for anyone to experience. Have you ever been in painful handcuffs, humiliated, and directed to strip down? Solutions are hard to come by, but I humbly ask you tonight.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Danny Vega, followed by Mara Makudle. I'm sorry. I know I'm not good at this. Apologize.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Can I just say that the most vulnerable people in our city are our children? Santa Ana has been put in a real tough situation. The entire homeless crisis has been put on our shoulders by other cities who decided that they wanted to advocate for their residents and their families. And they took advantage of our compassion because we have the most shelters in the county. And now we are facing crime and open drug use. And by the way, let me remind everybody that my wife, when she was 7 months pregnant, was attacked by a houseless individual. And when we try to advocate for our families, we are told that we are being cruel and that we don't have compassion. But you know what? I'm at a point that if a father cannot advocate for the safety of his family, and that's considered cruel, then I'm gonna own it. I'm a cruel person, I suppose. You know what? Let's go over affordable housing, because it seems that everybody who advocates for it never comes with a plan. So, you know, I don't have a major in activism, but I have a major in engineering. So I'm pretty good with math. So Councilmember Lopez was posing with a big check of $4 million, and that would afford 34 housing units, if I'm not mistaken. We are a city of 300,000 people. 50%, I know Ty said, Councilmember Ty said 60%, but for the easy in the math, 50%. That's 150,000 residents. Let's suppose 5 people per family. That is 30,000 families in Santa Ana. Divide that by 34 units. That would mean that Councilmember Lopez would have to carry 880 of those big checks. And every one of those checks is $4 million. That would equate to $3.5 billion. How are we going to pay for that? Because, and I bring this up because when you talk about affordable housing, and this is by your own admission and by the admission of people behind me, that we're all supposedly one check away and that we could find ourselves being houseless. So you have to include them in that equation as well. So I really hope that the people who came here from other cities have a check ready, because we don't have the money. Where are we going to build all of these houses? Yeah. Thank you. That's it.
Mara, you're from Capistrano Beach. That's what it says here.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
was going to admit that. So my name's Maura Mikulek. I'm a resident of Capistrano Beach. I'm one of the outsiders that somebody mentioned. So you don't have to care about my opinion because I can't vote for you. But hopefully you can get some facts from me, because I am a social worker and I work with people who are homeless in South County. So I'm very familiar with the services that are and are not available. I also want to say to the residents, like the last gentleman, I totally get it, and your family should be safe. The concern is that this policy is not going to do what you think it's going to do. And then when you talk about the expense of housing, well, it's even more expensive to keep people in jails and to run them in and out of jails and to use your resources, your law enforcement, for that. So it's a waste of money. I mean, there are studies that show that, not to mention it hurts people. So I'll just give you a couple stories from the street. So I have, well, a lot, but a couple people in my mind who have serious mental illness. And on top of that, they have substance use issues and they want help. And we try to get them help, me and other service providers. I mean, we're calling telecare that's supposed to provide that service. You know, we're calling the county. The city has their own outreach staff. We can't get, there's nowhere for them to go. I am not kidding you. There's nowhere for them to go until you take their rights away. And maybe you can lock them up in a state hospital, but hopefully it doesn't come to that. Let's see. So, I mean, I've got 3 people just right off the top of my mind that, that fall into that category. And then in regards to substance use treatment, I was here 2 weeks ago and shared with you the numbers. And you can confirm this with county healthcare staff. There's literally 60 detox beds in the county, 60. I've made calls with people often, and they can't get in. Now, eventually they can get in, but it's complex, right? Because you call, you can't get in, you have to call back the next day, but the next day, I'm not there with my phone, and you know, it's just not easy. We don't have treatment on demand, so I don't know what you're gonna offer these people when you bring them to the jail that's any different than what really they already have, which is not enough. Also, we have 160 beds for rehab, 160 for the whole county. Now, mind you, I should clarify that I'm talking about people with Medi-Cal. If you have private insurance, maybe you have other options. But most of the people on the street probably are Medi-Cal recipients. Also, last thing, right now, there's at least 8,000 people on the list for housing assistance. People who have jumped through the hoops, who are working with service providers, and are just on a list that will take years for them to get off your streets. And I'm
Ma'am,
sorry.
your time is up.
Thank you. David Duran, followed by Brian Alexis Mendoza. David Duran. Brian Alexis Mendoza, if you can line up, please. Thank you.
I'd like to address some of the rhetoric that the council has used publicly that we find unconscionable. Not only rhetoric, but for example, Council Member Becerra's post on his Instagram, I think it was. In any case, it was social media, claiming that a lady who is sleeping on a bench is dangerous and harmful to the community. How is that possible? That a sleeping human being is dangerous and harmful to the community? But it's not addressed any differently here. Even though at the beginning of the meeting, you do a great job of recognizing good people. You even had a police chaplain come here and pray using examples of kindness and care and consideration. And everybody prayed. And everybody that participated agreed that, yep, that's how it should be. And then the prayer is done and the public comes and talks to the council. And now I'm here to ask, what happens when the prayer is done? What happens to the council that they would propose an idea that would jail people because they're ill, jail people because they're unhoused, jail people because they're poor? How is that of some help to their community? It's not. So really, it's, if you have to hurt people in order to feel powerful, maybe, I don't know, then maybe you should reevaluate, because you might be a real weak individual. People have come here to educate, and I have heard opposing views in support of 14, and I recognize that. I don't think they're wrong in coming here. I just disagree with them. But ultimately, I'm here for the people who don't have a voice, the ones that are being arrested. And to what cause?
Sir, your time
At what
is up.
cost? Enough of it.
Thank you. Brian Alexis Mendoza, followed by Jennifer Lavorin.
Hey, hi. I have a couple of comments, a lot of comments. First of all, I wanted to introduce myself to the city and to the city council people. I'm a social worker and a journalist. I used to work for Mercy House, Royale TRC. I've been all over the place with the county in terms of social services. I'm 24 years old currently. I'm homeless, living in my car. I've tried to get county resources from 211, CityNet, Illumination Foundation, all of the ones that you get on a list when you contact SAPD, and they tell you, like, okay, contact 211, and they'll tell you what to do. I've directly spoken to Mercy House and Grace Womack, the housing service director. she asked me why am I talking so much after I tried to report all of the issues that I was having with the county resources after being fired as a social worker after 4 months at Mercy House for my tardiness. Again, I'm sleeping in my car right now. Fortunately, I have a car to sleep in. Not everyone has the same privilege. And those are some privileges, guys. Housing, shelter beds. I know they have housing because I was working in their housing solutions program and I saw the housing units they had available. But when you try to talk to the county, they'll be like, there's no shelter beds available, or like we don't accept, like you don't have the proper, you don't have the proper like qualifications to enter our program. Without speaking about Mercy House specifically, in a way it seems kind of like vengeance, and in a way it kind of is for having my voice taken away. The words that I heard exactly from Grace Womack, the Housing Solutions Director at Mercy House, were, "Why are you talking?" They escorted me out of their building, I'm not sure how many times, and they tried to make it seem as if I was a danger to the people that were at Mercy House. And that was never really the case. Again, I'm a social worker. I've worked at Royale CRC, Mercy House. They kind of tried to, I'm not gonna say kind of, they definitely disrespected me. To tell you a little bit more about myself and who I am, at 18 years old, I was a patient at Royale CRC. I was diagnosed with bipolar 1 disorder. 3 years later, I got my bachelor's degree in human services from CSUF, and I ended up working at Royale CRC at 21 years old. I worked there for a year before being contracted as a caseworker at Mercy House by Vanessa Guillen. And then it all kind of spiraled from there. I worked there for 4 months. I had issues with my family. They got a restraining order against me for my bipolar 1 disorder and for not taking medication. I spent some time in jail. I spent some time in the hospital. And again, right now, I'm currently homeless without any monetary funds. And I've been selling these, I call them barritas. I sell, what do I sell? I sell these granola bars. They're Nutrigrain bars that I got with my EBT card. And so I sell them, or I try to like give them out to people, and they'll like donate $1 or $2 or like any change or spare change. Nickels, pennies, dimes, that's kind of what I'm taking right now. If I seem all over the place, it's because I've been all over the place right now. And I'm out of time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Jennifer Lavorin. Adam Overton.
All right, good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. My name's Adam Overton. I'm a Faith Rooted organizer with CLU, Clergy and Lady United for Economic Justice in Orange County. Our mission is to educate, organize, and mobilize faith community to accompany workers and their families and their struggle for good jobs, dignity, and justice. Here to oppose item number 14, the proposed public intoxication and substance abuse enforcement, formerly named the Intoxication Detention and Service Offering Policy. This was introduced at the last meeting, and it basically calls for Santa Ana police officers to stop, identify, and detain individuals in any place in Santa Ana who they perceive to be intoxicated at their discretion, can immediately transport these individuals to Santa Ana jail for processing, and prior to release, to provide them with information, et cetera, et cetera. This policy is to arrest the unhoused. The police are not going to be hanging out outside of bars. They're not going to be setting up stops to catch drunk drivers. They're going to be combing the parks, looking for the unhoused to evict them and to terrorize them. These are folks who are ill. These are folks who are self-medicating because they do not have a doctor to give them the appropriate medication. And the police are known in every case with these folks that these folks will get agitated by the presence of the police. They will get agitated, they will get traumatized, and if they get too traumatized by the presence of those police, the police will shoot and kill them, like they did Kurt Reinhold in San Clemente, shot by sheriff's officers who were trained homelessness liaisons. who within minutes of pulling him aside for jaywalking, shot and killed this man, our neighbor. He wasn't a piece of trash. He's not someone that we push and pick up and dump somewhere like trash. He was a neighbor. And he once was a child. He had parents who were afraid for his life then and now. And they and any parent, I guarantee, in here and in the city would never, ever say to us that sending my kid to jail because they are intoxicated, quote unquote, medically have a medical issue is going to help the situation in any way, shape, or form. So we please ask you to oppose this horrible,
Your time is up, sir.
mean,
Thank you, sir, very much for your
hard-hearted
time. Thank you for
policy.
your comments.
Thank you.
Irma Hadiguin, followed by John Ramirez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Pleasure to see you. I am here in support of item 14. I have been hearing everybody. The one thing that most people don't talk about is us, the regular citizens, and when we are exposed, only specifically that those are intoxicated, posing a danger to themselves and under the influence. It is a little bit of a tough love to help to take them. They've already been traumatized by their own what's going on, but hopefully that will start sending them on a path. Sometimes you need to do that, but you have to look at all the residents that live in your city to help them have a better standard of life. It's part of your mission statement to have a safe place to live and be helpful to everybody, but that's to all of us. So for that, I support. Another thing that everybody's talking about is the homelessness situation of Orange County. A lot of this weight should be put on the county, not on our shoulders. We are the taxpayers, but not of the whole county. Enough. Yes, they have millions of dollars specifically for these issues. So please go to the chambers of the county and start insisting that they have all the programs that we cannot carry the weight. You cannot put this burden on our city that we have the highest density of the whole county or Southern California. So they should be going to that. Another thing, those who are suffering because of economic a shortage on their income, we need to have a very prosperous city. We need to foster economic development because our housing density has reached its maximum. We don't have space for parking. Just listen to whatever people are saying. There's not enough parking. Why? Because we're dense. We don't have enough space anymore. Let's have other cities build more homes. We need to have a very economic and prosperous city with more businesses coming, and hopefully our colleges, Santa Ana College, it's free for the residents to have more classes in trade, in the skill sets, in the technology that these higher paying businesses should be coming, so we don't have just a minimum. Every city that lives on coasts, be it United States or Europe or other countries, the cost of living will always be higher because it's so appreciated and people want to be here. We need to have those jobs that pay higher. So thank you very much. Fully support 14.
Thank you. John Ramirez.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is John Ramirez. I want to emphasize I'm a resident of the city of Santa Ana my entire life and currently residing in Ward 2. I support item 14, and I want to commend and say thank you to those city council members for giving direction to move forward with item 14, formerly item 39. And again, I want to say thank you to Councilman Becerra for introducing this 2 council meetings ago. It is my hope after its implementation that we see a noticeable difference in the amount of persons intoxicated in our public streets and parks. To our police officers, I ask that you please use your discretion to detain these individuals at every opportunity when you receive reports on these lawbreakers or you observe them during your regular patrols through our city, provided that you are not on a more urgent and higher priority call at the time. We, the residents, have spoken and made our concerns known and crystal clear, and now falls on you to do your part in making our city safer and detain these individuals. And we, the residents, will support you in that effort. To our city council, I say this to all of you. It is important that you always make public safety a top priority whenever an item concerning that comes before you on the dais. Item 39, now 14, is the most clear instance of public safety. So I find it troubling that a few of you felt it wasn't the right approach and you decided not to support it. For future reference, when I say it is important to make public safety a top priority, that means you don't let your decision to do what's best for our city be wavered by people who aren't from here, who call us dehumanizing, inhumane, or unjust, when as residents are just trying to voice our concerns to you regarding our city and what we have to witness on a daily basis. This also means taking an approach to deal with the issue as quickly and as efficiently as possible right now rather than putting it off. You're elected to serve and listen to us, the residents who live here. And we just want a cleaner and safer city, not just for us, but for our children, or in my case, my nieces and nephews. Lastly, I want to express my extreme disappointment that the state of California's Department of Public Health decided to move forward with the syringe distribution program here in our city. Despite numerous residents, some city council members, and even our mayor voicing concerns against it, I ask that our city council members do whatever is in their power to try and implement any and all ordinances that might help to curtail any fallout as a result of this program being implemented here. Because I know we will be seeing more syringes laying in our streets, our sidewalks, and even our city parks. I can only pray that none of our children who live in our city come upon these used syringes on their way to and from school, and hope curiosity does not get the best of them to want to pick one of these used syringes up. So please do whatever you can. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and thank you to our police and fire personnel present tonight. You'll have a good evening and stay safe.
Time is up. Thank you. Daniel Riley, followed by Frida Ramirez. Daniel Riley, followed by Frida Ramirez.
Hi, I'm a resident of Santa Ana. I live in Ward 4. I'm requesting that the council reverse a decision to direct police to arrest people for public intoxication. The drug use that brought this proposal to the council is only a symptom of homelessness. The homelessness issue needs to be addressed directly by going to the root of why these people are on the streets in the first place, not swept under the rug, placing them in jail. Jails shouldn't be used as rehab centers, they shouldn't be used as mental health facilities, and they shouldn't be used as shelters. If the city has so much extra resources that they can expand the Santa Ana jail to act as on all these things, they can use it as facilities dedicated for these functions. Why not focus our resources on providing these people with housing and services they actually need? Cycling these people in and out of jail does nothing. The council pushing for such a thing during such an economically challenging time is especially cruel. Thank you.
Frida Ramirez.
Good evening, City Council members and community members. My name is Frida Ramirez and I am a resident of Ward 6. I am here to speak in support of agenda item number 14. This proposal will ensure that there is accountability on both ends. The police will make arrests when necessary, when an intoxicated person poses a threat to themselves and to others. And in addition, this will provide services and information for the person once they are sober and will allow them to make a hopefully conscious decision to help better their future. However, I still believe that rehabilitation and reintegration into society should be at the forefront of this program. I believe that a way to do that would be to create a system where there is accountability when someone is offered services. Sometimes an individual with a substance abuse problem will deny services. However, there might be some that would love to get help. Hopefully, there can be a system where the city can keep track of those people that want those services services and continue to help them in their journey of recovery once released. Mainly, I am in support of this item because I have lived in Santa Ana my entire life, and I don't want to grow used to having people under the influence on the streets. I believe it is more inhumane to enable someone doing drugs at a local park or a local small business than it is to force them to get help. It is more inhumane to step over a passed out person on the side of the road than it is to call the police and give them the medical attention they need. I am also in support of this item because a burden has fallen way too hard on the residents of Santa Ana. This city has had to carry the weight for all the other cities in the county because of their inability to create shelters and to implement programs similar to ours. Why does Santa Ana need to bear all of this weight? This city has been dumping grounds for far too long, and the residents deserve to be able to enjoy their parks and amenities that every other city gets to enjoy. In fact, Laguna Beach has been policing some of the unhoused population for a little longer than we have. On the Laguna Beach website, which you all are welcome to check out, under homeless services, they have a program known as Community Outreach Officers. While there are only 2 in the city, the Laguna Beach Police Department actually has a program called Project Homecoming, where they reintegrate unhoused individuals with their families. This project sounds very similar to what the city is trying to implement here. However, we are faced with a lot more scrutiny than other cities that are already doing what we are trying to do. I feel for the first time as a lifelong resident of Santa Ana, we are finally being put first. Please, council members, I urge you to vote yes on this item because our community has tolerated far too much. I'll leave you all with this note, as stated on the Laguna Beach website. It will be a collective effort on both the County of Orange and all Orange County cities that will end homelessness. Yet, the city of Santa Ana has been forced to endure this all alone. Thank you all.
Thank you. Claudio Barancina, followed by Bertha Carrillo. Claudio, followed by Bertha Carrillo.
Good evening, Claudio Bonaccini with Ward number 3, Flower Park. I'm here to support item number 14. A moment ago, there was a gentleman with a picture of a lady laying on a bench. He said that she was sleeping. Hopefully, she was sleeping. We don't even know if that person was in the last grasp of breath, maybe overdose or something like that. And that's where the police could come and help that person with the services that she needs. We don't need in Santa Ana anything different than they have in South Orange County. I want the Santa Ana Police Department to be able to do what Newport Beach Police Department will do if they find somebody at Fashion Island just consuming some heroin, somebody at the Spectrum, somebody at Kaleidoscope, or pretty much anybody who's drunk coming out of Cabo Cantina in Balboa Peninsula. Now with this syringe exchange, things get a little bit more tricky because that kind of kick us parents and their kids out of the parks and literally perpetuates the suffering and misery of those people who are under the influence. Let's hold them accountable. I don't care about the money, but let's, if I push somebody to take their lives, I will be held accountable. I want the people from the health department to be held accountable as well. Now, I have turning pages. The Dixon contract states that they are supposed to do like 60 public meetings, and for the calendar also in the contract says the last one should be in September. I have not heard even one of those meetings be public. Let's just revise that, or let's just like scratch the cost. It's $140,000 that I have not been able to take a part of. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Bertha Carrillo, followed by Victor Mendez.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Bertha Carrillo. I live in Santa Ana. I lived in Santa Ana for most of my life, all my life. I love Santa Ana. My family members, some of them moved out, but we decided to stay here because this is our home. I am here to talk about homelessness. This is wrong. I mean, what are we gonna do? What are you guys gonna do? This is ridiculous. I mean, my grandchild, I don't want her to grow up looking at these people falling over drunk with drugs, with all kinds of diseases, all kinds of problems. I take her to the park. I don't want her to see a guy sleeping on the floor. It is a problem. It is a very big problem. We shouldn't have to see this. I live here. I pay my taxes. I paid, and I'm here, and I don't want these people to just live here for free. Help them out. I'm not saying pick them up and throw them out just like other cities do. Orange County or the city of Orange, Costa Mesa, other people bring them here. Everybody knows, everybody's seen them, and no one is saying anything. They bring them, they bus them here and throw them in our streets. And then all these other people are just saying, oh, please don't. What are they supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? Just take care of all of them? Take care of them? We need to take care of ourselves. We need to take care of our children. We need to take care of our grandchildren, our elder people, our people who don't have a car and that they have to use the buses, but they can't because there's people sleeping on those benches. Come on now. They need help. Yes, I agree. They need help, and let me help them out. But it's not inhumane for me to think. I don't see me as inhumane thinking, oh, take care of. It's not. I'm protecting myself, my children, and my grandchildren, and all my family members that we live here in Santa Ana. These people do need help. I'm not saying jail them and leave them there. Get them out of the streets and get them help. If I go out there driving, walking, I come out of someone's house and I'm drunk, or a bar on 4th Street, and I come out and I'm falling over because I'm so drunk. If a police officer sees me, they're gonna pick me up and take me to jail. That's my decision. I'm making that decision, that I'm walking in the streets in public intoxicated, not just drunk, but even worse. I wouldn't do that because I don't do any of that, because I know what the circumstances are. If I do drugs, I am gonna get in trouble and I will end up in jail. How hard is that to believe? How hard is that to understand? Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Victor Mendez.
Good evening. I want to make a few comments. Just so you know, I'm a card-carrying member of the ACLU-2, and this is not a civil rights issue. This is a matter of public safety and the risk to public safety. Let me give you East 1st Street as just a case study right in the heart of Ward 3. About 4 months ago, it was littered, saturated with drug use and homelessness. I made constant calls almost daily to get the police to come out. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. This went on for quite some time. Now, fast forward to about 6 weeks ago. The neighborhood from Grand to where I live on Tustin is literally clean. I don't see bodies laying down on the sidewalk. I don't see, people with their umbrellas are trying to hide their drug use. I do see homeless people, but I'm been educated enough that I'm not gonna call the police, I'm gonna call CityNet, because these people seem like they need help, and that's okay. Now, 1st Street itself is a center of affordable housing. I live in affordable housing. There's an affordable housing apartments down the street. There's supportive housing across the street in the Orchids. There's 2 more units. There's hotels or motels. But these drug use continued on. So somebody say, well, we got to do housing first. Well, we had housing first on 1st Street, and it failed. It didn't work. And there is substance abuse going on in those houses. Even in my apartment, we have drug problems. We've had drug arrest. I've witnessed drug dealing. So the housing alone is not going to solve it. This needs to be a very multifaceted approach. It does involve mental health, it involves public safety, but right now, you gotta put out the fire. And right now, I think you've done a pretty good job on East 1st Street. Let's model that first. And if there's people out there that need help, whether it be housing, substance abuse, alcohol abuse, which I know all too well personally, let's do what we can to get them help. Santa Ana does not dehumanize people. Santa Ana has a great track record of being humane to other people. Look at all the things that we do for our citizens. Look at all the things we do for other people. Look at all the burdens that we carry. To come out and say we're dehumanizing because we want to keep people safe, that's just simply a farce. There are 500 senior citizens in my apartment, okay? They need protection. They don't even have parking, most of them. They have to walk or pay $150, to have just their own one car. So let's do what we can for them as well. If they shouldn't have to drive into a driveway like I did and get assaulted by a drunk man with a beer bottle. That's unacceptable. And if you find it acceptable, that's a problem for me and those 400 seniors who vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Juliana Mushev, I apologize. And followed by Nally Gillespie. Okay, we're not going to do discussion during comments. Please don't disrupt the meeting. Juliana, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Wow, it's really, I'm just like emotionally trying to work through some of the things that have been set up here. The comments have absolutely been dehumanizing. Absolutely. The words that are being used are that homeless people are dumped into Santa Ana like trash. Do you know that these are people who are suffering because of the systemic issues we're all facing? Housing is not affordable. Even affordable housing is not affordable. People can't live off one income anymore. People don't have the jobs to pay for housing. And what if these people have suffered trauma or are grieving or are suffering from mental illness or are disabled? Okay, they end up homeless. Now they're seen as trash. They're dumped from one city to another. They don't have a shower. You're gonna go home today. You're probably gonna have dinner at your house, take a shower, change your clothes, maybe do a load of laundry, maybe make a cup of tea, maybe, go to the bathroom. Okay, imagine not having any of that. You don't have your privacy, and people see you as trash. Guess what? They're going to numb the pain with drugs. They're going to self-medicate. So I don't see how people are so blind to this. I understand people are afraid for their public safety. I understand that. And in times where you're gonna get assaulted, of course, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be somebody stepping in if you're getting assaulted. That's not what we're talking about here. Okay, you can talk about these sensationalist sort of examples, but that's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is the criminalization of public intoxication that unfortunately that does target homeless people because homeless people do not have a private life. Do you think that people that are housed don't have drug abuse issues and are not abusing drugs in their houses? They are. The difference is that they have the privacy of their own home and they're not constantly monitored by the police. Homeless people do not have a home, and they have reason to want to escape from the reality of constantly being dehumanized by some of the people that are sitting in this room right now. I am a resident of Santa Ana. I am not an outsider, okay? As a resident of Santa Ana, I am here to say these people are human beings, and the way that people are talking about them is disgusting. I really hope that everyone reflects, especially Mayor Amezcua and Phil Becerra. Your morals are backwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Nally Gillespie.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I've known you for over 20 years and you still can't pronounce Legaspi. I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing you.
Nelly.
Just say Nelly. After the topics that I've got on tonight, I kind of feel a little guilty even talking about myself. The reason why I'm here tonight is 2 weeks ago at the last council meeting on August 1st, a person that is not a resident of our city who is coming from Garden Grove spoke here in a very aggressive, negative way and mentioned my name several times. I will not mention that person's name because as far as I'm concerned, she's not worth mentioning her name. But I will stand up for myself. I have been a commissioner for almost 3 years for the Personnel Commission. I have represented proudly. I do not cuss. I am not a racist. You cannot compare Native American regalia to the zoot suit outfits that they wore back in the day. They're not the same. In no way, shape, or form. I am a proud Oglala Lakota woman and Cherokee Apache, and I carry that with pride. Everything I say and do is to reflect my ancestors that went before me and the children that come behind me. When I speak publicly, I speak with this city in mind. That means I represent each one of you, including our neighbors. And I try and do that in the best way I can. What a lot of people don't know about me is I'm a domestic violence survivor. Also, a year ago, this same woman cost me my job that I don't often talk about. I was this close to being homeless. Yes, homeless me. But I got lucky. I am now an assistant director for social services at a hospital. And that's because I know my stuff, and I live in a good way, and I walk in a good way. So when I hear someone saying, oh, a resident said that you approached her in a racially motivated way, and you try to intimidate her daughter, and you cuss them out, and you used a racial slur, guess what? That's not me. And if y'all don't know me well enough to know, talk to the people that come and support me, and the people in the community for over 20 years who have known me in the labor union, here in the city, the Chicano people, the families, the people that I've gotten to know personally. I've gone to every other cultural event that I can possibly go to, who know who I am and know how I walk. Right. I walk in a good way, in a positive way. I am tired of this woman being given a platform to attack me. She did the same to Dr. Neary at Santa Ana Community College because she didn't get her way. She didn't get to have a powwow there, so she went and attacked her to the point where now she doesn't even get to go talk anymore because it's just gibberish. It's slander, it's anger. We either speak in a good way to bring people together or to incite violence. After the last council meeting, I got numerous death threats on my cell phone from unknown numbers. Police can't do anything, and I understand that, but that's what this person does. And when you incite violence, you're responsible for that violence. That's right. And I only seek to bring peace. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nellie. Iveen Robidoux. I'm sure I pronounced it wrong, I'm sorry.
It's okay. My name's
Can you
Ivan
come closer to the
Rubidoux.
mic, please?
I'm sorry?
Closer to the mic, thank you.
My name is Ivan Rubidoux, and I'm from Garden Grove, but I spent most of my youth here in Santa Ana. I am here today to express myself since the last meeting on August 1st when the same lady that Ms. Legaspi is talking about. I'm here to say that I'm Native American Indian. I have a tribe, I have a reservation in Oklahoma, and I've known this woman that she is talking about since I was a child. She is not of Native race. Her children are, but that does not make her of Native race. She may participate in helping her children do things at powwows or gatherings, but to sit there and say Nellie threatened her to strip her naked in the arena is not true. In our culture and in our traditions, if you go past beyond Arizona and into the other states, especially Oklahoma, if you cannot name a person who dressed you in the arena and brought you out, you are not entitled to wear that outfit, that regalia. An elder has a right to walk up to you and tell you, you have to remove that regalia. You are not allowed to wear it because you did not get permission to wear it. So Nellie never, threatened to strip her naked in the arena. That is not true. The second thing is she's had a personal vendetta for whatever reason against Nellie, and I'm quite frankly tired of it. This woman is Hispanic. She has been Hispanic. My mom knew her before I did when they grew up in Crow Village. I know her children are Native and they're into their culture. They're on federally recognized roles, but this lady is not. She cannot prove state recognition, neither can she do federal. And yet she claims all these tribes. And I'm here to say that we need to stop giving her the time of day to waste your guys' time. that you could be talking about other things instead of just trying to persecute one person for her own personal benefit. And I want to thank you for listening to me. You guys have a good evening.
Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes the speakers.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to go to consent calendar items 5 through 26. They're before us now. Council members, please announce any items that you'll be abstaining from due to conflict, and if there are any requests to pull an item from the consent calendar for further discussion. Let's go to items pulled, please. Councilman Hernandez.
I'll move the calendar and pull item number 14.
Councilman Becerra.
I'll go ahead and pull items 12 and 14.
Councilmember Fan.
I would just like to state my recusal from item number 9, as well as the one contract in item number 22, as the Illumination Foundation and VFS Fire and Security are clients of my employer, Rattan & Tucker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Vasquez.
Item 14, please.
Councilmember Penalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull items 9, 16, and 26.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
I was going to pull item 9.
Great. Okay, the only item that I'm going to pull just for a comment is item 15. And that's just for a comment. So there was a motion by Councilman Hernandez.
Second.
Let's prepare to vote, please.
A motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Becerra to approve the consent calendar with the exceptions of items 9, 12, 14, 16, and 26, and a comment on 15, and noted recusals by Councilmember Fan on one contract for item 22. Item 9 will be discussed separately, and the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is the appointed member present to administer the oath of office? Mayor Pro Tem Lopez is appointed ETAC Commissioner.
Yes, if Maria Baeza is present, she could please come forward.
I, Maria, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to take a picture with me? Sure. Thank you. At this time, let's go to item 9, please.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. Item 9 was pulled by myself. It's to approve a modification to the fiscal year 23-24 annual action plan and budget for the Emergency Solutions Grant Program, and to direct the city attorney to finalize and authorize the city manager to execute a subrecipient agreement with Illumination Foundation in the amount of $100,000. I pulled this item. I am supportive of the item, but I was going to ask Madam City Manager and City Attorney if it was possible that we also include as part of the language that the ability to provide public transit as part of the homeless prevention activities is available for these funds. I would like to see that added and included as part of this, that Illumination Foundation must also use these funds to provide the ability for various forms of public transit, including bus, train, whatever is convenient and desired by the recipients. Is that a possibility?
Yes, council member, but part of the homeless prevention activities that are allowable by this type of a funding stream, that would be acceptable.
Okay, and would we have to amend any contract or MOU with as part of this, or is this just, can we send a memo that I would personally like to see that is something that they.
I think you making a motion with that, the staff and the attorney's office would be able to take care of it for you.
Okay. Well, with that, I will make a motion to move forward with this, but with that caveat that we ask them that they also provide public transportation to those in need with the funds that we're allocating.
I'll second with a comment.
I have a comment as well. Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Mescua. Just wanted to thank my colleague. This item is about homeless prevention activities under the ESG program, and it involves eviction prevention and may include financial assistance, mediation, legal services, rental assistance, case management, housing counseling, credit repair services, utility assistance, and now with the inclusion of transportation services, I think this is a very robust program that the city of Santa Ana will be rolling out into our community. So with that, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. So, City Manager, I saw that some of the money that had been allocated was declined by Mercy House, and so this is why we're discussing this item. It's in, and so some of the services Councilmember Hernandez just quickly ran through, but I had a question about, because they are a lot of services, and that's not the issue. The issue is that some of these are very niche, like the legal services. And so is that something that Illumination Foundation has done and has a consistent track record of being successful, specifically when you're talking about the mediation and the legal services?
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, I am very familiar with Illumination Foundation, and they are a very well-respected provider that engages in a lot of different services. Okay. For the specific question that you asked regarding, did I hear you say mediation?
Yeah, well, I see some of these under the ESG program. It involves, and it has a list of services, and it details mediation as being one of them. So I don't have any doubt, right, about the reputation of the organization that the city has done business with. My concern is really what kind of is the track record specifically with the legal services, and how are we measuring those outcomes is really my area of interest.
Okay, got it. So I will ask Executive Director Mike Garcia to come out. I don't know if that's one of the services that we actually engage them to provide. It is one that is allowed, so I'll defer to him.
So I guess if you could clarify for me then, what are we engaging them in?
So the legal, as you guys do provide that, and you contract with legal staff, correct, Jordan? Yes. Why don't you come on up? So we have Jordan from Illumination Foundation, and he can talk to that specific.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so specifically as it regards to homeless prevention funding, we have received homeless prevention funding through the Family Solutions Collaborative in Anaheim in the past that we've operated out of our Anaheim Service Center that operates as a family coordinated entry system access point as well. We don't have any lawyers on staff that would work on this. We primarily handle it through referrals with case management services to existing community resources like the Public Law Center or Legal Aid Society, depending on the particular nature of the client's case and what the community resource can offer. I would note that we want to use as much of that $100,000 as possible for rental assistance and for eviction prevention, and that legal assistance gets quite expensive. So I think we'd be looking primarily to use it to directly pay for rental assistance for people that are in need. But we do have experience with homeless prevention. Part of that, of course, is connecting clients to legal resources when it's appropriate. So we are able to do that. But
Okay.
we wouldn't have it in-house as part of this contract.
Thank you, because I saw a list and I just assumed that those were all the services. So thank you for that clarification. And then do we get quarterly reports on the list of people that get service, a part of this amount of money, or can?
We can include that, absolutely, similar to what we do with our other housing programs.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So to the maker of the motion.
I have a comment before we go to, so you know, go ahead.
Okay, so to the maker of the motion, would you be willing to accept that we request a quarterly report in terms of how many people were assisted with the dollar amount?
Yeah, that's
Thank
fine.
you.
I guess that would encompass any service that's provided, correct? Yeah, that's good.
Madam City Manager, my only comment is that I know it's not, I mean, $100,000 is, it seems like a lot of money, but it really is not, right? And so I'd like to believe that it is. And you know, I always talk to you about the families that are in the shelters, so you know, maybe we can look at, it's for rehousing and for shelter and homes, we need to look at our families. Children do not belong in shelters. And I have visited both Yale and Carnegie. And not that I'm biased or anything, but our shelter is pretty good. It's actually, and so when I go there, I see children. And so if we can move them out of there, maybe get them a voucher into a motel or to a home, to an apartment, that would be wonderful. I know, again, $100,000 does not go far, but I think we have anywhere between like 9 and 11 families on a regular basis, maybe?
We do, and Mayor, we understand your concerns with that segment, and so we are always looking at different sources of revenue and means to accommodate that.
Thank you, I appreciate it. There's a motion on the floor in a second. If there's no other questions, comments, let's vote.
Moved by Councilmember Penaloza, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez, with amendments to provide public transportation and require quarterly reports. The vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with a noted recusal by Councilmember Fan. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 12, please.
Madam Mayor, I pulled this item. I'm supportive of the item, but what I wanted to just make sure that staff hears this, and I know we've had these conversations, but I just want to make sure it's part of the public record, and that is, in July 17th, 1889, the voters of Orange County voted for Santa Ana to be the county seat of Orange County. So in other words, the capital of Orange County. As we begin to envision what the future of our Civic Center, not really Santa Ana's, but Orange County's Civic Center is going to look like, we have to make sure that we don't exclude some of those elements. So with the purchase of the state building, which has pretty much been vacant most of this time, and many of the state agencies that were located in that building have moved out, thankfully here into Santa Ana, into other office buildings. But I just want to make sure that's for the record that as we look at the future of our Civic Center, that we also include state and federal government offices alongside the city and the county buildings, because for it to be a true civic center, it has to have all those elements. So I just want to make sure that that sentiment was recorded and expressed in the public record. And with that, I'll go ahead and move the item.
I'll second. Any other comments? I see none. Let's prepare to vote.
Motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Mayor Amescua, to approve item 12, the purchase and sale agreement for property at 28 Civic Center Plaza. Vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 14, and before we begin, Madam City Manager, is there anything you'd like to say about item 14, please?
Certainly, I know there was a lot of public comment on this item. The item that is before you is simply a receive and file. It's an informational report. 2 council meetings ago, we did already receive the majority direction to implement this program.
Thank you very much. Any comments? I see nobody.
Oh.
Councilman Vasquez.
I understand the folks' frustration of community on this issue. I understand we want more safety. I agree that folks who are in danger to others should be handled by police, and those in danger to themselves should be handled by the quality of life team. Nobody is stopping the police from performing their duties. I put this item because the intent is not one of best practices for unhoused people. There are various studies that state the opposite, including one from the Department of Justice, the RAND Corporation, that is a nonpartisan think tank, the National Coalition of Homeless Veterans, and the Urban Institute. The studies call for housing first solutions to limit strong police policy. I'll left all the links on my Instagram if you follow me, Benjamin Vasquez for Santa Ana. We have seen this in Santa Ana play out before, that strong policing doesn't work. We used to have homeless on the parking lot on Civic Center and Flower across from Eddie Westfield. People got upset, they pushed them out, they went to Civic Center. They went to Civic Center and the library. People got upset, we called police, and they pushed them out. The homeless don't disappear. They did disappear. Many went on to Santiago Creek and Santiago Park. The residents got upset, we got homeless police. We got police inside there, pushed them out. They moved over to corridors of Bristol and First Street, as we see them now, and other hotbed areas. The homeless don't disappear. The homeless are not going to disappear. Heavy-handed policing does not and has not worked. The housing simply do not disappear. As we have seen here in the city, it takes about 20 conversations with the homeless from the quality of life team with an unhoused individual to gain trust in order to move them of becoming better in their life and moving into housing. When strong policing policies are enforced, it breaks that trust, not only with police, but the quality of life team. While the quality of life team is developing trust and relationships, the police with this policy will break that trust and start that all over again, having to build again. People who are sent to jail are not able to raise money and keep it as they're going in and out of jail, but they lose hope when they are incarcerated. When we build trust with the unhoused, people will be moved away from the street and into housing. This policy will exacerbate the situation by decreasing the number of the folks transition into homes and increase the homeless, as we've seen in many studies. Furthermore, a strong police policy creates a cycle of criminalization where the unhoused will increase the times they are incarcerated. For this, I call for a creation of unhoused committee that brings the council, residents, service providers, partners, police, the office of Vicente Sarmiento, the office of Lou Correa, the office of Tom Memberg, and the assembly member of Evelino Valencia to come together. Santa Ana should not be left alone to solve this issue, and the simple plan of arresting the unhoused is not the solution. Unhoused people do not disappear.
Are you done, Councilman Vasquez? Yes. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. I opposed this item when it was initially brought forward because of my professional work experience. I worked in a capacity as a reentry case manager, and I worked with young adults that were aged between 18 to 25. And the largest demographic of growing community members that are experiencing homelessness are foster youth and teenage youth that are transition aged. But the largest demographic of people affected by homelessness are our elderly. Police will tell you themselves they are not trained, nor do they want to respond to this issue. This is bad policy direction. And our police officers are going to face the brunt of having to chronically deal with people that are experiencing very complex intersectional traumas that can linger from foster care, youth that have experienced the foster system, Oftentimes, when they are transitioned and they are of age and they don't have family, and they don't have families that have allowed them to stay in their home, guess where they end up? In our streets. I am fully aware that there are buses that have dropped people off in our community, and that is inhumane. We shouldn't stoop to that level. I do believe that when it comes to the response of people who are not from our community, we need to work with the county. We need to work with foundations like Orangewood so that we can have family reunification for those that did go through the foster system. The issue that we're seeing that is spilled into our street is very much an offshoot of the criminal justice system. When you look at the people sleeping on our streets, the chances are they're coming from jails and they're being released into the center of the city. And this issue will exasperate that. Residents of Ward 5 can expect that our jails are located central in the city. The most urban neighborhoods, Artesia Pilar, Willard, Washington Square, a lot of these neighborhoods will be impacted by this issue, even more so than they already are. Many of the people who are experiencing homelessness understand that there is services out there. But this isn't a one-size-fits-all solution, which is why having police be the sole response is going to lead to more issues. Our City of Santa Ana staff do a good job putting together staff reports. I'll read you a couple of different concerns that they share. Some of the challenges that we have, of course, is the legal and ethical considerations. Legal and ethical considerations surrounding the detainment and the transportation of individuals should be thoroughly evaluated. Police are not experts to deal with people who are experiencing a mental health crisis. We know that. Orange County has a very clear public example, July 5th of 2011, the killing of Kelly Thomas. This literally transformed the city of Fullerton, that we have an assemblywoman who at the time was a councilwoman and has now devoted her career to ensuring that police do not respond to issues relating to people experiencing homelessness. Our assemblywoman in Fullerton, Sharon Cork Silva, literally shaped her career around ensuring that no injustice ever occurred again at the hands of police because of a homeless man sleeping on the street.
Councilman Hernandez, we're going to do 3 rounds of 3, please.
Thank you.
Finish
That'll
up.
conclude my first round of comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everybody who's emailed, contacted us, showed up, made comments. I think that it's been really helpful to hear from everyone because it is such a big issue, right? Homelessness is the top issue here in our city and something that we deal with, staff, the council, every day, and so do all of you. You know, my approach to policy has been and always will be dealing with these big, heavy items in all different manners. We have to use all the tools in our toolboxes. And, you know, I wish that when folks talk about, you know, housing and affordable housing and shelter and programs, that you're also looking at what Santa Ana is doing. We have the number one, we have more affordable housing in the city than pretty much any other city in the county. Please correct me if I state anything wrong. We have entitled more housing units overall than any other city in this county. Since my time joining this council, we have not said no to any affordable housing developments. We have invested multi-millions of dollars, whether it's general fund, ARPA fund, or other state grants and federal grants, to providing not only affordable housing, wraparound services, as well as other mental health outreach programs. We're also working with nonprofit partners. In fact, just tonight, you saw in number 8, which is on the consent calendar, but we are asking Cal Optima, the county's mental health care provider for low-income individuals in this county. I was on Cal Optima as a child. Actually, I was on Cal Optima until I got off it from Obamacare. But they have over $1 billion, that's $1 billion with a B, sitting in their bank account that they are not using. And so I urge all of our residents to show up to their next meeting on September 7th and ask them. Ask those board members, please expend those dollars to support mental health programs, wraparound services, and housing for our residents, because they're spending $20 million here and there. That's not $1 billion. And at the same time, we're looking at families and other residents who are also working class, who are also saying, we need help too. And to say we can only focus on the perfect solution or only one avenue to solve this problem is, I think, ineffective. Just like my support for developing housing of all different levels and my support for rent stabilization and just cause eviction, we have to deal with the crisis on all fronts. And with something like this, we need to trust that our officers who are trained to say, is this a dangerous situation? Are they using drugs openly? Is this something we need to intervene in? And let them make that call as necessary. I appreciate the comments, and I'll end really quickly regarding Mr. Kelly Thomas and other situations, but that is not Santa Ana. That was 15 years ago, almost. And I think that what we need to focus on is what Santa Ana is doing today to make sure that we address this issue for all of our residents, not only those who are houseless, but also working class members. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, I don't see you here, but I think you want to speak.
Yes, thank you. So you all heard the city manager say that there was majority support. There was a super majority support for this item 2 weeks ago when we discussed it. I think it was July 18th. And so this is a receive and file. The direction has been given to implement this policy. And I do want to thank everybody that has come, into this chamber to speak, specifically if you are outside of the city, if you are sharing your knowledge as social workers, of people that do this on the ground. But I also just want to stress to you the experiences of working class people in the city and the hardships that so many of us have experienced every single day for years. And unfortunately, it takes. And unfortunately in government, I've learned, because I've been on the opposite side, that you can come to a council meeting and you can tell people, if you don't do something about this issue, it will explode. If you don't do something about this issue, it will explode. And unfortunately, a lot of times in government, people wait until an issue has exploded to be reactive. And I think that's part of the big problem here now. And so I think for us, it is about addressing this in every single aspect and every single pathway, avenue that we can address it. We know that it's just not about incarceration. A majority of the council members said that. We understand that. However, how do we provide relief to our residents that have been asking for this? And my responsibility is to listen to the residents about what they think, what other solution we can implement. And so, Chief Valentin, I support you. I want you to know that. But I also just want to state very clearly that this is not just your initiative to carry out. City manager, as the city manager of the city, as the CEO of this business, because that is what we do, we conduct business, it is also going to be, I think, upon you to work with the chief to make sure that we do anything and everything that we can to find, to provide relief to our residents, because we can continue to throw money at this issue the way that we have, but the question that our residents are asking us is, what are we getting in return for it, right? And so when we are implementing these measures, we need to have, we need to be able to have accountability within departments to say, hey, this is how much money it's going, this is what we're getting in return. And so, I just want folks to think about that, right? People have been pushed to their breaking point about what they can want to see, in our neighborhoods. And so I think that's part of a bigger conversation. And the other issue is really the medical aspect of this plan that I emphasized when I gave my public comment during the July 18th meeting, and how we reduce liability And so I think those are the things that you are going to have to figure out with Chief Valentin. I think it's a very difficult job, to be quite honest with you, what you have been tasked with. I took the liberty of speaking with your officers. They confirm that, some of our officers do this, and so they shared their experiences. And I think one of the things that should come back to this council is, why hasn't this worked if we're already doing this? And what will be different? And, quarterly reports, right? We just asked one of our contractors to do that. And so the same should go for our staff. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Penalosa, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, staff, for putting this informational report together. I want to make it very clear that this isn't a policy decision or a program that the city's trying to implement. This is just asking us for our police department to enforce laws that are already in the books. Public intoxication. This has nothing to do with homelessness, as half my colleagues have mentioned, and the outsiders from South County and the socialists from Placentia came in here to mention. Okay, I want to make it clear that this is about public intoxication. Today, on Flower Street and Edinger, the strip mall behind 7-Eleven, Carlos Market, Brisas de Patzingan, I was there today because every single day there are people that are not homeless. These are men that are actually painters because they were wearing their paint-covered clothes, and they have their utility truck, and they're parked in front of Carlos Market with a 24-pack of beer. There's 3 of them, and they pound those beers pretty quick. And guess what? I've had a beer or two. And you know what happens when you have a beer or two? You got to use the restroom. You got to relieve yourself. So what are these painters, these hardworking men that are now in the parking lot of a public right-of-way, drinking, getting drunk, and urinating all over the place? They're not homeless. And guess what? They jump into their car and they drive home. Down the street, St. Andrew and Flower, the liquor store that code enforcement is very familiar with. Same thing, public alley behind the liquor store. Every day from 4 to 9 p.m., there are 2 or 3 utility trucks back there with construction workers with their 24, sometimes a 36-pack of beer, between 2 or 3 of them. Guess what? They finish them, get really drunk, piss all over the place, then drive home. That is what we're talking about here. They're not homeless. They're not unhoused people with a coping mechanism, okay? These are a nuisance and a problem to our city. Every neighborhood is affected by this. Memorial Park, there are men that hang out that actually live across the street and play dominoes every afternoon and linger around the restroom and loiter. And guess what? They have their coolers full of beer. Police department knows about this. Code enforcement park staff knows about this. They're not homeless. They're not unhoused. They're not again, suffering with mental health. They're drunks that are getting drunk in a public space that obviously don't want to go home to their wives. They should go home to their wives or their kids and help them with their homework, but they're not. They're causing a nuisance and becoming a danger to our community. That's what we're talking about here, not the unhoused, as the woman from Capistrano Beach came to talk about. There's a city council meeting this week in your city. I hope you're out there advocating for shelter beds in your city. So thank you, staff, to our police department. I hope that we're enforcing, and code enforcement, going after these various strip malls throughout the city to enforce our laws that are already on the books, not just ours, state laws as well, about public intoxication. Because these people are getting behind the wheel after a long day of work, getting drunk in our park, in our streets, in our alleys, and driving home. And I will let city staff, how many pictures have I sent you guys of these multiple men that are not homeless? Again, we're not talking about homeless people here.
You want to come back for another 3 minutes?
Yes, but thank you, staff.
Okay, I'm going to go back this way. Councilman Hernandez, you wanted another 3 minutes?
Oh, no, it's okay. Actually.
Okay. You want to take your name off then? Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank everybody who took the time to come out tonight and to send emails in support of this policy, even though it was given direction by the majority of this council back on July 18th, and here we are today with this receive and file. It is a shame, whether it's the people from South County or whether it's people on this dais, that continue to either misunderstand or deliberately misrepresent what this policy is. I mean, it's almost insulting to say that everybody that has a substance abuse issue is homeless. That's insulting to those that are inflicted with substance abuse problems, to say that they're all homeless, because that's what you're implying when you come in and say that this item is about nothing but the homeless. It's not. It's about our families being able to enjoy the parks, the sidewalks, the streets, without folks passed out. I do have a question, though, for staff, Madam City Manager. So when will all of us, our residents, see SAPD out there doing this proactive enforcement?
I will defer to our Chief of Police, David Valentine, to answer that question.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for that question. It's happening now. It was suggested to provide a quarterly report, and we certainly can do that.
Okay, great. So, and thank you for that, because, you know, I'm still receiving reports from folks that are seeing officers just kind of honk at them, shoo them along, and these are folks that are really completely inebriated. I can tell you right now, Main and Dyer, quite the hot spot. They either go from the bus stop by the 7-Eleven. Now they're going across the street and invading the businesses over there and passing out along there. And we're talking multiple groups. I mean, you couldn't miss them. So that's why I have to ask that question. When do we, when are we going to see the implementation? Because right now, I got to tell you, I don't see it being implemented. So you're saying it's being implemented as we speak?
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
And I think an appropriate response as follow-up would be a quarterly report.
Well, I'm not worried about the quarterly report. I'm saying for our residents, I want them to have the comfort that this council provided direction to the city manager to provide to you to have the officers proactively detain folks that are publicly intoxicated, that are in violation of our existing state laws. I just want to know that that's happening now, according to you.
I already answered the question, sir.
Okay.
And so yes. And the other thing that we need to be careful about is discretion of officers. So for me to tell you that in each instance, an officer is detaining someone who is possibly intoxicated, there may be a variety of different factors as to why that didn't happen in that one instance, right?
Sure.
And so, or are they going to another higher priority call? There's context to everything. And so is it occurring already? Yes.
Well, and in that regard, thank you for bringing that up. So one of the things that you mentioned, because you helped author this report that's for us today, when it comes to resources for PD. So as you just mentioned, if there's a higher priority call, we are giving direction for this to be a priority. And so what I'm hopeful of, and maybe this is something that comes back in a subsequent report, if there is additional resources that you need to proactively tell us. Is that clear?
Crystal.
Perfect, thank you. Because I can tell you in my time on this council, I have rarely seen any proactive outreach to us from PD that says, here's what we need in order to prioritize these things. Because you've heard all of us talk about these quality of life issues, and we hear about the wonderful things that you're doing when it comes to the priority one calls. But what we need is we need folks to be able to feel that when they call in on non-priority one calls, that they're gonna be able to get the response that they need from PD. And I've just constantly, we're not, at least for me, I've never seen something that says, hey, in order to reduce call times on the priority 2, 3, and 4 calls, this is what we need. And so in this report where you talk about possibility of needing more resources, I just hope that you will return to us with those requests if you need them.
Certainly.
Okay. I just, real quick, Mayor, I know I'm running out of time here. I just want to say that I appreciate that the report, that's okay, Chief, you can go. I appreciate that the report talks about our collaboration with Cal Optima. It shows that this is not just about arresting our way out of the problem, but it's trying to offer services, offer access to services. And then, actually, I did lie, Chief. I do want to ask you one thing. In your report, you talk about...
You want to come back to your 3 minutes, please?
Okay, I'll come back then.
So hold that question and then... Sorry, Chief, you want to just sit at the end here? You're probably going to have to walk back and forth. Okay, Councilman Penalosa, Is this your last 3 minutes?
Yes, it is. I just wanted to also state for the record, and since the chief came up, wanted to thank you actually and the police department today. On my way here to the city council meeting, I pulled into the Carlos Market on Flower and did come across one of our black and whites doing proactive enforcement of the drunks that were kind of hanging out in the parking lot. So thank you for that. I did see it. Unfortunately, within an hour, they'll come back and continue to drink in public. I just with my understanding of the officer's discretion of who is publicly intoxicated, I guess these two specific examples, Carlos Market on Flower and Ettinger, and the liquor store on St. Andrew and Flower behind the public alley. I mean, these are men in their vehicles with numerous open containers of alcohol. I know what a tall can looks like, and you know, public discretion. I mean, the discretion of an officer. I mean, anybody's discretion walking by could say, "Hey, that's an open container inside a vehicle." You know, sometimes a car's even on to blast music. I just hope that we aggressively go after those obvious people violating the law, and and hope that we cite them. At the end of the day, that's where it's going to hurt, is that monetary thing. That's going to, whatever fine that comes with, I hope we aggressively pursue it. Thank you.
Councilman Vasquez?
Hello. Chief Valentin, I want to thank you for, don't worry. I just want to thank you for how you wrote this report. And I hope the priorities like sex crimes, assault, robbery, domestic violence, those kind of things those are priorities. How do we save folks who are in danger in the moment beyond this? So I would like to see the list of priorities that you do have in the police force and where this is going to land, because I really hope we can protect our families on those pressing issues that we need to solve. And I do appreciate your wording here of discretion by the police to determine how it's going to come out. Thank you for bringing that in there, writing it in, and the officers can make an informed decision regarding appropriate course of action. Thank you for adding Cal Optima and some kind of hope. I don't know if people make a decision in jail where you're locking somebody up as a form of violence. So I don't know if people are going to trust that violence, but thank you for having it in there. Also, thank you for letting us know that the Santa Ana jail may pose limitations in providing comprehensive medical clearance and care. So we're still gonna, people that need emergency care are still gonna get emergency care. Thank you for having a comprehensive approach to address substance abuse in Santa Ana and emphasizing both accountability and compassion. So I want to thank you for the words compassion in there as well. So I don't agree with the intent of the policy, but I support some of the work that you have in there. So I do appreciate you adding some of those things in there. Thank you.
Councilman Becerra, and then I'm going to speak, and we're going to close this out as it is a receiving file.
Thank you, Mayor. So Chief Valentin, go ahead, come on back up. While you're coming up, so I want to ask, so in the portion of your report where it discusses medical staff at the jail, does it take into account in the proposal the policy direction from the dais to add, or I guess maybe evolve the nurses into nurse practitioners, to change out those staffs so that they can handle more at the jails when it comes to medical clearances versus, paper cuts at the hospital, officers tied up for hours on end?
Yeah, so that's an area that we're still exploring with my jail administrator, because we cannot have an infirmary in the jail. That higher level of medical care is really coming from the county, not from the city jail, and even they have limitations. And so we have to be careful in what I don't want to overcommit, right? Because we would need literally MDs assigned to the jail, and we're not there yet in terms of exploring that fully, cost, et cetera. And I understand what you're saying in terms of direction, but there's also the foundation and context in order to have a deliverable. And so what we don't want is officers arresting people out in the street when otherwise they don't have a warrant, or they can cite them right? Take them to the jail and they have some other complication. And now we have tied up resources either by the officers or the jailers. But it's certainly an area that we're looking at to incorporate and leverage.
Okay. Well, I would say when it comes to the jail, obviously we're not turning it into a hospital. It's still a
Correct.
jail. And as far as for those that do have to go to the hospital, one thing I'd like to ask you to explore, or City Manager, if you would, when it comes to staffing. So maybe perhaps there's a way, and I don't know the ins and outs of this, whether some sort of either a CSO or a police officer could be posted at the hospital so that the patrol staff could hand off custody of the person who needs medical attention at the hospital. That way, those patrol staff aren't tied up at the hospital. If there's a way to have somebody there so that obviously you're not just releasing them into the hospital's custody, but rather having a Santa Ana police officer or someone associated with the department being able to be at the hospital.
Yeah, and that was certainly a consideration, but when you look at, let's just say, global, what used to be Western Med, there are various floors there, obviously the ER room, and can we cover, we put one police officer, there are two police officers there, obviously the cost, but can we cover all spaces? Absolutely not.
Right.
The sheriffs, when they take custody of someone, can they cover all the spaces? And then it's also an officer safety issue. We don't ever want to deploy one officer or one deputy to do anything. We always do it in pairs and twos. So we will certainly take a look at that. It was part of the consideration and discussion that I had with my staff as we prepared the document.
I appreciate that because the idea with this policy obviously is going to require more resources, but also while we're doing this, we also need to look at possible efficiencies that we could realize. The last thing I have is just really in this report where we talk about the conclusion about community perception. And the way it looks, it's almost as if like the community perception is there's some concern whether people are going to be, I guess, have a problem with seeing officers take folks that are severely intoxicated, and arrest them or detain them and bring them to the jail. I would tell you right now, in fact, I would ask Madam City Clerk, how many emails again did we receive in support of this item?
Councilmember Becerra, we received 134 emails as of 2 p.m. I did not do a specific breakdown of the support versus oppose, but in general, my recollection was a majority in support.
Oh, I would argue it's probably an overwhelming majority because I too received those e-comments and I did not see any that were in opposition. And that was probably a lot more than what we received when this policy first came around for item 39. So I just want to say out loud and to you, Chief, is that the perception out there is that our officers aren't doing enough when it comes to folks that are intoxicated. And so the hope is that with this direction and with the support of the council that you will feel enabled to empower our officers to make those arrests and to clean up our parks, our sidewalks, and our streets because it's out of control out there. I mean, when you look, just driving up Bristol today to come to the city hall and seeing all the folks that openly camp out there and they're shooting up, they're hiding, I think Councilman Pelosi talked about them hiding behind their umbrellas to shoot up. I mean, we're seeing that all the time. And it's a slap in everybody's face. So I just want to thank you and your officers for what you already do, but I'm just really optimistic and hopeful that with this direction that you guys will step up and really turn the corner on this because our community demands it. So I really hope that you and your team will step up.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez, did you push your button? Chief, I have a question. That's why I thought Councilman Hernandez was going to, I apologize. That's why I said you sit in the corner there. So I'm the last one, and then we're going to move on again. This is a receive and file. And so your report, thank you very much. Public intoxication and substance abuse. And so I know I heard a quarterly report. Madam City Manager and Chief, I'd like initially, if we can do monthly, if my peers up here would be okay with that, because, and not a lot of information, just like contacts and how many people you've had to detain, what organizations have you released them to, who are we working with? I know we've had meetings with Cal Optima, and so thank you for bringing them in on this. And so I know they have, they're coming on board, and Assistant City Manager and we met with Altamed last week, and so they're also interested. But is it possible then we'd like, if you guys are okay with it, monthly initially, just to, again, just contacts, what organizations you're working with, what are you really finding out there, right? Public intoxication, some guy slamming on the corner, passed out, there's so many different things that are happening in our city. I also want to thank you because every time I have a coffee with the mayor, your officers come out. And it's usually Colt, gang, a commander, and sometimes traffic. And the first question right out the bat, and I, anybody who's gone with me, Hawk goes with me, Nabil goes with me, he's one of the most popular guys there, him, Hawk and Nabil and police. They don't want to talk to me. They want to talk to staff and to your officers. First question off the bat, what are you doing as police to take care of the homeless issue? First thing, how are you keeping us safe? What is the response time? Why are you not coming out? And so that's what the discussion always comes down to. So I want to thank you. And I really want to make a point here, two things, because I think enough has been said up here. I believe last week at Denny's an incident occurred in the bathroom with a small child. Small child was with his mom having dinner at Denny's. He went in to use the bathroom, and there was a guy who came in. I didn't read the report, I don't need to, whether he was homeless or not. I refused to pay his bill. While your officers, I believe, were making contact with him, and before they were able to let him go, the mother informed him that her son had been sexually assaulted by him in the bathroom. So when people come up here and talk about we're inhumane, and I'm not directing this at you, we're inhumane and, this is awful, and they have trauma. I want you to go home tonight, and I want you to think about that little boy that was in the bathroom, because he could have been your little boy, could have been my little boy, was in the bathroom, using the bathroom, and he was sexually assaulted in the bathroom by a stranger. So think about that when you go home. I don't care what city you live in, just think about that for a minute. And for some people, it may be funny. It may be like, oh my gosh, what's the big deal? If you have children or people you love or children you love, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, those children have to deal with that trauma for the rest of their life. The rest of their life. That little boy is going to have to deal with it for the rest of his life. So, Chief, I want to mention that. I also want to mention that at River Glen Homes, your officers came out with me last week and met with the community, and thank you again for that. And Commander was there, Colt Team Sergeant Montiel was there, Ken, Avidal, Nabil, and City Manager, thank you as well. The staff come out, the community absolutely loves it. And they talked about the issues at Adolfo's Liquor. And then what happens? They talked about the drinking, the drunk guys sitting out there drinking beer, being loud, urinating all over, doing god-awful things in that parking lot. And there is a 602 posting that Councilman Becerra always talks about, right? And there's a posting up there. They even put a new light, if I'm not mistaken. I think we talked about the new light that went up for some of your officers. And then what happened there this weekend? It was a homicide. Are you, as the police, going to solve everything? No, Chief, I know that. We know that. But I just want to say this report, thank you for it, because there's some good things in here. And when you talk about legal and ethical considerations surrounding the detainment and transportation of individuals should be thoroughly evaluated. I know that you, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, you're working with our legal team?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that way we don't run into any problems. Because if there's somebody under the influence, whether it's a muni code and you're working with our city attorney, or they have a warrant, you're working with, hopefully with parole or probation. So there's agencies that you can work with to help people get off the street or help your officers help them get off the street, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then this was the key for me, and this is the one I want to really thank you for. You said community safety. Enhanced enforcement can improve community safety by addressing behaviors hindering public use of streets and sidewalks. And so Councilman Becerra, I think, and Councilman Penalosa talked about, I wouldn't say people drinking, running from their hiding from their wives. I would just say they tend to drink. But you won't find my husband out there. But I want to thank you for that, because that's what our community is asking for. And the city manager and the assistant city manager, we have these conversations all the time. about the quality of life. And so your officers now, and they have been, because First Street looks better. The other day I was driving down Bristol, and there were 3 units making contact with, people on Bristol. But we still have a problem with the addict that's passed out on the sidewalk that I hope your officers are going to stop now and get off and address it. Do they need help? Are they alive? We're going to call fire, hopefully. And are they alive? We're going to get them help. We get them into a program. Get them to the shelter. The COLT team can get them into our shelter, which is never full, correct, City Manager? We usually have about 40 to 50 beds. Yale's got 150 beds for us, 125 beds for us. So this report, thank you, and I think it's very important that the community, constituents that live in Santa Ana, and you could sit down, I'm sorry, but thank you. I just wanted to thank you for this. Constituents that live in Santa Ana, not people who are coming from wherever. Because if you want them, please take them to your city so they can defecate on your sidewalk and in your parks and leave their needles and have sex in front of your children. As your kids are walking to school, they can see a dead person leaned over because they had just overdosed. Take them to your city. And I've only been here for 7 months, but I sat on the school board for 8 years. And I'm all about not locking people up for things they don't need to be. But this is not about throwing away the key. This is like getting them through the door. And in this report, the chief talked about, detox. And there's a lot of safety issues about when you're, especially coming off alcohol. It's so dangerous, right? And so I trust the city manager and the chief and all the staff that are working on this to work with CalOptima and other agencies. But we sit up here and we serve the constituents of Santa Ana. That's who we serve. And they have made it pretty clear, as far as I'm concerned, that they've had enough. Enough is enough. I don't know what else it's gonna take. We're gonna be like Irvine and load up 24 buses and go to the Board of Supervisors? I'd be happy to. Load up 24 buses and come here to the city council meeting and say, enough is enough. Because when I heard about the little boy at Denny's, guess what? That little boy is going to have issues because he was sexually molested. Again, I want you to think about that when you go home tonight. And that's what I want you to think about. So if you don't live in our city, thank you for your service. Thank you for all the work you do in other cities or in this cities. But our constituents have spoken loud and clear. And I really appreciate that. And I thank you all for doing that. And those that have been coming and emailing and calling, we all, I would say the majority of us really appreciate it. I know I do. And I look forward to, Madam City Manager, the reports that we're going to hear monthly. And I look forward to hearing what our police department is doing, what agencies we're working with, whether it's CalOptima, Ultimed, the Board of Supervisors, with Supervisor Sarmiento. I know Katrina Foley's very supportive as well, and I'm sure that we can, you sit on the homeless task force now, correct?
Commissioned in homeless.
Oh, there you go, the Commission to End Homeless. So again, this report is called Public Intoxication and Substance Abuse Enforcement. And so we are going to receive and file this. And again, thank you for all of those people that came out tonight, have been submitting emails, have been calling us, have been, on social media, and you're a Santa Ana resident, and you're saying, I've had enough. It's time. It is time. We've had enough. So with that, we're done with comments, and we're gonna go on now, so we don't need, you're good with the receive and file. You got direction. Madam City Attorney, is there anything you wanted to add? Perfect, okay, thank you. Let's move on now. Item 15, that's mine, and I just had a comment, and actually, Hawk, come on up, and Ethan, I'm gonna let them share something that they have. So Hawk and Ethan, it's hopefully you guys got a microphone right there. All right, do your thing.
Yes. Hi, everybody.
You only have 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Hi, everybody. Thanks. Like I said, Hawk, Parks and Rec Director, Ethan, Deputy. We want to come up here real quick because we just have an exceptional moment we want to share with you guys. And Ethan's going to go a little bit more on it. 15 deals with the street name change. And as you guys know, when y'all drive down the streets, whether it's Bristol, MacArthur, Fairview, you see the street lights. You see those big old signs. So I'm going to bust out something for you guys. And I'd like if our council members can please all join me down here. And I want to let Ethan give a little bit of history.
So Hawk is showing off something special here. A little bit of history. So the street adjacent across the street from the zoo was Mayberry. When the zoo opened in 1952, it was extended and renamed Elk Lane. And now today we voted to rename it Zoo Lane.
Okay, now it's 7 up, sorry.
One for me, please.
Come on.
Perfect. One for me, please. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you. Hurry, it's Wednesday, come on.
We got 120 left.
You only have a minute?
I got a little bit of time. Time is standing.
Keep it going.
Perfect. All right, look right here. Right here. 1, 2, 3.
All right, we're down. Yay, beautiful.
And thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Great job. Those signs are so giant.
All right, that is business as well, because it's very important, it's gonna look great. That's all I have, so I'm gonna make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right.
Mayor, you pulled that for comment only, so it was
Oh, it's
approved.
comment only, that's right, thank you, I apologize. Okay, item 16 was pulled.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I pulled 16. The question I had, Madam City Manager, is do we have any private entities or donations or sponsorships participating in this city event?
They're certainly not precluded from doing it as part of our sponsorship packet, but I will defer to our Executive Director of Parks and Rec to see if he has any sponsorships from private entities.
Hi, again. Is this just for Chicano Heritage or overall?
For this particular event.
No, so we have 3 sponsorship. We have 2 partnerships and 1 sponsorships that have come in for this.
Okay. Thank you, Hawk.
That was it?
That was it. I pulled this item to voice my opposition, Madam City Manager, particularly to these types of sponsorships with regional elected officials when it comes to city-sponsored events. I believe that by allowing and moving in this direction, it opens the door to a very slippery slope for these city events to be politicized. We're essentially selling stage and social media mentions of elected officials, which is, I believe, in my eyes, inappropriate. Also, I'm uncomfortable moving forward with this item at the moment because of the money that is currently unaccounted for that was provided to individuals and entities during the most recent city event in June by various organizations and elected officials. I would rather we not entertain the idea of these types of sponsorships until we have a clear understanding of who solicited funds and where they went to as it pertains to any previous city events. And I make that because when I previously said, city staff, get us some funding, get creative, bring in revenue, I mean going out there and getting sponsors from, big corporations that could use the opportunity to want to advertise at our city events and help sponsor them. So I'm just not comfortable with the idea at the moment. Maybe in the future we'll revisit it or rework the policy, but that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez, is this for this one?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Mezcua. I just wanted to say that the Chicano Heritage Festival is an event that belongs to the people. Chicano people are the largest demographic of residents that we have in the city of Santa Ana. Oftentimes, Chicano people have been lumped into the category of Latino or Latinx, and that isn't who we are. We are Mexican-American people that have called this country home for generations. We led to desegregating our schools with historic cases like Mendez versus Westminster. Santa Ana is a city that has always challenged racism, institutional racism, and police violence. This event is directly empowering historically marginalized and disenfranchised people that have been facing the brunt of police violence for generations, whether it be the Zoot Suit riots and the hundreds of Mexicans who were beat and stripped of their clothes in front of the Yost Theater when the Zoot Suit riots happened, or whether it be the last person to be lynched in the state of California was a Chicano, Francisco Torres, here in the city of Santa Ana. This event is important, and I want to celebrate our congressman. I want to celebrate Supervisor Sarmiento for partnering with the city of Santa Ana, because I'll tell you what, there are tons of elected officials that serve the city of Santa Ana, but only 2 stepped up and offered to help the city of Santa Ana celebrate one of the largest demographics of people that we have in our city. This is an opportunity for residents to come closer together and unify through their stories. We should not criminalize Chicano people because they're gathering in unity at El Salvador Park. We shouldn't say we want money, we just don't want it to come from elected officials. Elected officials like our congressman, like our supervisor, represent hundreds of thousands of constituents that you guys also all represent up here as well. I'm not going to pretend like the Chicano people's voice is not important, because I wouldn't have mine if it wasn't for those who stood before in the 60s. I stand on the shoulders of people like Ruben Salazar, Modesta Avila, Sylvia Mendez, and that is why I'll make the motion that we approve these donations to the Chicano Heritage Festival.
I second that.
If there's no more, you have comments, Ms. Councilman Vasquez?
I want to thank the office of Lou Correa and Vincent Sarmiento for the donations that we have, and especially Representative Correa for taking the baton and taking it to Washington and asking for a Chicano Heritage Month in August and making it throughout the country. And that's the right partner we should have. They're upstanding men in our community. They've done good work and continue to do good work. So I do support this item. Thank you.
All right, there's no further comments. Oh, you have comments? Sorry, you didn't push it. I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you. Director Scott, I think this, or it might be from Madam City Manager. I'm supposed to direct my comments to you. So I just want to make sure, because we do have a sponsorship packet, right? And whatever issues or concerns we may have had in the past, I assume, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, these sponsorships were done in accordance with our Santa Ana Partnership and Sponsorship Opportunities packet.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan, for mentioning that. Yes, they're not donations. These are actual sponsorships. There's a complete brochure with different levels. Each level of a sponsorship would come with different recognitions. It's detailed in the staff report, which each one receives. So it does help supplement the funding when we do events, and this is the right way to do it, to present it to council to receive it as an appropriation.
Thank you. Because I know with last year, with Mid-Autumn, we had a sponsorship packet, and if someone wanted to donate or sponsor, I'd say, here's the packet, follow the rules. And so for me, if it is the desire of the council to say we don't want to get sponsorships or make partnerships with elected officials or candidates, I think that's a discussion to be had at a later time. However, the fact is we have this event, and there are people who want to give us money to hold this event for our community. And if it's being done in accordance with city policy, I'd like to support it to make sure that we don't leave anything on the table. We've seen what happened when, whether it's a state or the federal government wants to give Santa Ana money, wants to give us free money so we can provide services to our residents and provide programming, but folks are saying no. So I don't see why we wouldn't accept this, and I think there could be a discussion later on about who we want to partner with or have sponsor us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Mescua. Just to inform the public and to engage in transparency, the Chicano Heritage Festival is held at the end of the month of August, commemorating the Chicano moratorium. And it also commemorates the death of a Santa Ana resident who was the first Mexican-American journalist in California. His name was Ruben Salazar, and he was murdered by a sheriff at the Silver Dollar Bar during August 29th, 1970, the Chicano moratorium. This event is about amplifying and raising the voices of those who were attempted to be silenced. And so I do want to note that my colleague who is voting no also voted no when the Chicano Heritage Festival was first brought forward. And he stated, we already have Fiestas Patrias. Why do we need Chicano heritage? Latino people and Chicano people are very different. They're not the same. We share the same struggles. We come from Mexican roots, but the Mexican-American identity of Chicano people is very different than the Mexican independence that we celebrate. So I want to hold space for ignorance at this dais and say that, hey, I'm thankful that some of our colleagues learned and then they did vote in favor of Chicano Heritage Festival, but there still seems to be ignorance here at this dais. Ruben Salazar, quote, a Chicano is somebody who sees himself in the non-Anglo version. Chicano people do not assimilate. And so I want to tell my colleagues that this event is an event that is political because it talks about people that have been historically and marginally, systemically kept down, whether it be police violence, stripping us from our clothing, or criminalizing us in our streets. We still experience the same injustices that we experienced in the 60s, which is why this festival brought thousands of people together, and which is why it is so polarizing and why it is being criminalized. So I want to thank my colleagues who did look within their heart and made the brave decision to uplift those who have historically been criminalized, because that's why people like myself were elected to serve residents of Ward 5, a ward that historically was not invested in, a park like El Salvador Park that was synonymous with violence, that was looked at as one of the most dangerous ghetto parks in the city. I grew up 2 houses away from it. That is one of the most beautiful parks in our city, and I'm proud of it. So I'm looking forward to seeing every single one of my neighbors August 27th, and I look forward to advocating for this event as long as I'm here at this dais. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? So I guess Councilman Hernandez, you said something very important to me, and I was not sure where I'm going here. But I don't look at the festivals, and I'm not ignorant, but I don't look at the festivals as political. I look at Juneteenth and the Chicano heritage and indigenous, I look at the Fiesta Patrias as festivals, fiestas, entertainment for our community. So I don't want it to become political. And yes, I am Chicana, straight up. So I understand the history very well. And my family are Chicanos, straight up from here. One side and the other side are immigrants. So I have a very strong understanding about what being Chicana means. I grew up with it. So I don't want it to be political. And so I guess my question is, why now? And so I'm gonna wait till the votes come down, but I just want to be really clear that I don't know that I would not agree that we're ignorant up here. I think Councilman Penaloza had a question, just like we all have different questions. We're not always going to be in agreement with things, but I don't think I've ever used the word or called my colleagues up here ignorant. So, you know, we all look at things differently. Some people like chocolate ice cream, some people like vanilla ice cream. Some people like Victory Outreach, some people like the Life Center. Some people are Catholic, some people are Buddhists. Some people they're Chicanos, some people are Latinx. I do have, you know, concerns about other things that I'm going to address in my public comments with the city manager, but I just wanted to address the ignorance part. I feel very strongly about that because I'm not ignorant. I understand, and my family has history here. As a gentleman indicated earlier that he knows my father and my grandmother. And so my father led a walkout, the very first walkout at Santa Ana High School, the year I was born. So I understand the movement very, very well. But this is the Chicano Festival, and thank you for putting it out here. Thank you to the council for approving it. But I don't want events to become political either. But Madam City Manager, I have a question on that end as well. So we have Juneteenth, Chicano Heritage, Indigenous people. I believe in 2024, and you or Mr. Scott can correct me, we're also supposed to have a cannabis event?
So we're probably going to get stopped by the city attorney for venturing too far away from the topic that's before us.
Right, I understand.
But
I just
you're
wanna
correct, as it's actually within our municipal code to hold a cannabis festival.
Okay, I'll wait till my comments because I'm going to ask more about that. So, okay, all right, that's all I have. So let's prepare to vote. Was there a motion or something made here?
Mayor?
Yes, I'm sorry, you had a comment? Oh, go ahead, I apologize.
Yes, so I appreciate everybody for their comments, and you know, we have a lot of strong feelings up here, but I do want to reiterate what you just said, Mayor, that you know, we all live, we all learn, and we may have differences of opinion, but one of the things that I think all of us have been talking about, and I've been talking about for years on this dais, is like, let's tone down the temperature and respect each other for our difference of opinions or when we have questions. I think it's very valid that Councilmember Peñalosa has concerns about elected officials or candidates for office or anybody who may be sponsoring an event. But I also think it's really important that when there are people who want to work with us and support the community, that we say, how can we do that together? Because it is for our residents. And so with that, I would like to make a motion to approve item 16, but also direct staff to take a look at whether we want to adjust that policy relating to, you know, maybe it's elected officials or it's candidates running for office. You know, those kinds of things I think would be really important. Finally, I do want to say that, you know, when we have local events, we do invite our assembly member or council members or supervisors or Congress members out because they also provide services to our residents, and we want to have a good working relationship with them. I see this as the same thing, but I think it's a good discussion to have. Thank you.
You made a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Hernandez. Let's prepare to vote. I'm sorry, Councilman Vasquez, did you want to speak?
Yeah, really quick. I'm in agreement with let's tone down the rhetoric we have up here towards each other, and I appreciate that from Councilmember Fan. And I also want to add that celebrations, festivals are political. I'm a high school teacher. I teach ethnic studies. I teach U.S. history. I teach Chicano studies. The first Fiestas Patrias was in Yorba Ranch. And in Yorba Ranch, all the Mexicans would go and celebrate and have stories of the revolution. When time came that we had more people selling on the east side of 4th Street, La Calle Cuatro, when we gathered enough people, then we were lucky enough to have the first Fiestas Patrias at Birch Park. And being able to celebrate there and being part of community, that's political. That's space and power and it's politics. And who came out? All the politicians came out. All the newspapers covered it. And now we're talking about influence, the beginning of influence of Chicanos and Latinos and Mexican Americans in this community. when we have these events and we empower the Vietnamese community in Rosita Park. It's political and I'm proud of it. And I love it that we empower them, that they belong here. We're not ignoring them. We're saying you belong. And it's a beautiful thing to be felt welcome and belonging. So Chicanos to be belonged with Mexican families as well, Fiestas Patrias, the indigenous, the Juneteenth, and accepting these places. They're all political. Our stories are political, our lives. So we're not gonna ignore each other. This is political to empower people to feel that they're welcomed. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor Mesquat. My last comment is just to thank my colleague, Councilmember Vasquez. This event is 100% political. The city of Santa Ana didn't introduce Chicano Heritage Festival. People like myself had to get elected. I ran against a sheriff, Juan Villegas, that was placed here by the Santa Ana Police Officers Association. And when I won my seat, I advocated for Chicano heritage to be brought here. So these events are very much political because we're the first city in the United States to declare August Chicano Heritage Month. Number two, we're the first city in the United States to have a Chicano Heritage Festival. I conclude my comments.
Councilman Penalosa?
Thank you, Mayor. I won't address the ignorance comments because, again, I look at the source, not worth my time. But I do want to ask a city manager for clarification that the public is aware. It seems like we're just distorting the reality up here all night. This isn't about any particular festival. This is about having elected officials be paid sponsors. I guess the question is, did you receive unanimous support to have Chicano Heritage Festival for this year?
Oh,
the answer is yes. I mean, it was unanimous support.
So this is actually the second year that we are hosting that event. So my apologies. Your memory is better than mine.
Yeah. So thank you for that, and thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for bringing this forward last year. You did help educate me, so I thank you for that. And I made a comment of that last year at the Chicano Heritage Festival. So again, thank you. But with that, I will end my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, let's prepare to vote.
This is a substitute motion by Councilmember Fan, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez, to approve item 16 with the direction to staff to review the policy related to elected officials and candidates as potential sponsors.
Madam City Clerk, I don't recall a second for Councilmember Hernandez's original motion.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Oh, so we both, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the vote is 3 ayes, 3 nays with 1 absence. Ayes by Councilmember Hernandez, Councilmember Fan, Councilmember Vasquez, nays by Councilmember Penaloza, Councilmember Becerra, and Mayor Mesquat. Motion fails.
Thank you. Madam City Manager, we will still be having the Chicano Festival. Right. Just to be clear. Thank you. Item 26.
Madam, my apologies. That was a substitute motion by me then, right? So now we have a motion on the table? Yes. Thank you.
Okay. So the original motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Vasquez, to approve item 16 as presented. The vote is 3 ayes, 3 nays. Ayes by Councilmembers Hernandez, Fan, and Vasquez. Nays by Councilmembers Becerra, Penaloza, and Mayor Mesquat. And an absence by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Motion fails.
Perfect. Okay, thank you again. We will be having the festival. Let's go to item 26.
Mayor, and I'm not sure if the protocol, if this is proper, so City Attorney, please correct me. So we entered into sponsorship agreements, and based on anticipating that money, we did enter into contracts for the actual festival, so it will have an impact to us to not be able to receive these funds. I don't know if that makes a difference for you, but I did want to point that out to
But
you.
we will still have the festival.
We'll still have the festival, but we're not going to be able to pay for contracts that we've entered into as a result of these commitments that were made to receive these sponsorships.
Well, maybe next time we get this before and not such a late notice.
We can't bring it forward to you until we actually have the sponsorship.
Well, hopefully next time we get it before, please. Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay. All right, item 26.
Thank you, Mayor. I pulled item 26. I just wanted to, first off, thank our city manager, Christine Ridge, for the, I just wanted to thank you, Madam City Manager Christine Ridge, for the excellent 5 years of service that you've provided to the city of Santa Ana. I was here when you first came on and have been very impressed with, you've led this city through the ups and the downs and made it through on the other side. So thank you so much for all the work that you've done across various departments. And just wanted to publicly thank you. And with that, I also wanted to indulge my colleagues in making a motion to adopt a resolution affirming positive evaluation results and approving an adjustment annual salary for the city manager in the amount of 5%. Instead of the staff report that says 3, I'd like to make a motion to move forward with the 5% pay increase. I think it's warranted. Just wanted to make that motion.
Councilman Vasquez?
I also wanted to thank you for your work that you've done here. I've been here 7 short months, but your professionalism, your work ethic, how you come at it, you're bringing the staff together, the way your staff loves their jobs. And whenever I see staff, they love their work. So I wanted to show my gratitude as well. I'm going to second his motion. So.
Any other comments? No? Councilman Becerra? Yes, okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too would like to echo my colleagues' sentiments. You've done an amazing job. I appreciate all that you've done. I appreciate the fact that you've been able to weather quite a bit. Not easy being at the helm of the Golden City. So I appreciate my colleagues' desire to move forward with this amendment, and I am going to support it. Thank you.
Any other comments? Oh, I didn't see your names on it. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is a hard job. A lot of folks in public don't know what a city manager does. They think, well, you work for the city, and so we can say whatever we want, we can do whatever we want, we can treat you however we want, and it's fine. But every single staff member, every single employee here in Santa Ana gives their heart and soul into making sure the city runs well. And many of our staff members live in the city. And I just want to say that, you helped steer our ship through a turbulent time with COVID, and you have done your darndest in the face of a lot of really complex, interesting, new, crazy items here in the city. And I think that the success of the city and how we've improved over the short, 3 years that I've been here is really testament to your leadership. And so with that, I just wanted to make sure the public knew about that, and we are very happy to have you. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? All right, there's a motion on the floor. Was there a second? No, actually, it was moved by Penalosa. Second by Councilman Vasquez.
Motion by Councilmember Penalosa, seconded by Councilmember Vasquez, to approve item 26 as amended to increase the salary increase by 5% rather than 3%. And pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, an oral summary of the salary and benefits shall be made prior to final action of the council and any local agency executive. Approval of this item does include now a salary increase of 5% for the city manager and would be retroactive to July 1st of 2022.
So just so I have understanding, this is just to change the 3 to 5. Councilman Penalosa?
Yes.
Everything else stays the same.
Yeah, just what the city clerk just said.
I just want to make sure that's what I heard correctly.
So the action would be for the resolution approving a salary adjustment, which would be 5% rather than 3% for the city manager based on employee performance, and to take formal action of the city council to not extend the city manager's employment agreement for 1 additional year.
Got it. Let's vote.
Vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with an absence by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Motion carries.
Thank you for your service, Madam City Manager. Go to item number 27. Madam City Clerk, do a staff report?
Yes, 1 moment, Mayor. Thank you. Mayor and City Council, the item before you again this evening is for 2 procedural and ministerial actions in compliance with the California Elections Code: to accept the certificate as to the sufficiency of the recall petition and to issue an order stating that an election shall be held. This item was originally presented on August 1st, 2023, but no motions were successful at approving resolutions at that time. Elections Code Section 11240 states that within 14 days after the meeting at which the governing body received the certificate of sufficiency, the governing body shall issue an order stating that an election shall be held to determine whether or not the officer named in the petition shall be recalled. As the certificate of sufficiency was presented to you on August 1st, today, August 15th, is the last day for council to issue the order of election. Based on the timely submittal of a sufficient number of registered voters' signatures on the recall petition, the actions before you are to approve 2 resolutions. The first is to accept the Registrar of Voters certification as to the verification of signatures and my certificate of sufficiency for the recall petition. The second is a resolution calling and giving notice of such election and requesting certain services of the Registrar of Voters to conduct such election. The Elections Code requires the election to be held within 88 to 125 days of the issuance of the order by the resolution adoption. Elections must be held on a Tuesday that is not the day before, the day of, or the day after a state holiday, and the Tuesdays available within the mandated window for you to set as the election date are November 14th, November 21st, November 28th, December 5th, or December 12th. In addition to calling and giving notice of the special municipal election, a related action is approval of a 3rd resolution setting a regulation for an officer statement to be printed in the voter information guide. The statement is optional on behalf of the officer, is limited to 200 words, and the officer shall pay the estimated cost of $1,102.45 for a printed statement or $431.56 for an electronic-only statement. Items that will be included in the voter information guide include the ballot question of whether Mayor Pro Tem Lopez shall be recalled or removed from office, yes or no, the notice of intent language originally submitted by the proponents at the beginning of the recall process, and the answer to the recall statement submitted by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, both of which were included on the recall petition itself. If the officer chooses to submit a statement, it is due no later than 88 days prior to the election date. Should City Council fail to issue the order of election tonight, Elections Code 11241 requires the county elections official, Orange County Registrar of Voters Bob Page, to set the date for holding the election within 5 days. In the event that Mr. Page sets the date, I will still need to bring resolutions forward for Council's consideration to request the County Registrar of Voters to perform election services such as the ballots, vote centers, canvassing the results, etc. And this concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So what I have here, there's 2 actions required: accept the certificates, set the election date. We'll consider each one separately. Are there any questions or comments by the council? Councilman Vasquez, is that your hand up? Okay, go ahead. I don't see yours, but I'll close.
I move to have the election on November 14th. And it's really a shame that we've come to this. This has been based on the POA wanting to control this body. The POA has spent $500,000 in 2020, and they spilled $1 million in 2022. And now they can't control the body. They called to pull 2 folks to be recalled, Councilmember Pham and Councilmember Lopez. And they built this on lie. They claimed that Lopez was responsible for increasing rent 15% when she actually fought for rent control. The council member, they said the council member Lopez support to fund the police, but every year in office, the police budget has gone up. So for that, I don't support this recall, but we hope we get it November 14th.
I'll second your motion with a comment.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. I'm not supportive of this recall because it's rooted in corruption. The Santa Ana Police Officers Association have long had a stranglehold on politics. They are the largest political spender in Santa Ana. They also have spent an abundance of money influencing local elected officials at the county level, such as our district attorney, Todd Spitzer, and a couple of my colleagues who sit here at the council. Councilmember Becerra, Peñalosa, and our mayor, Valeria Mesqua, were all endorsed by the POA and received financial contributions from the POA. Part of why I cannot support this recall is because it's not about democracy. It's about having control and a majority, which consists of 4 people. You need 4 people to get things done here at the dais. They are trying to remove one so that they can replace it with a puppet that they can control. The POA has went as far as using taxpayer dollars to stifle progress here at City Hall by targeting women. These cowards are targeting women. Our city employees, like our city manager, our city attorney, and staff members who are tasked with carrying out deliverables for you, the residents. They've attempted to recall 2 women on this council, and Councilmember Fan and Councilmember Jesse Lopez. These recalls are completely about having absolute power here at this dais. And corruption does not have a place here at City Hall. And this recall campaign was rooted in deceit. They led this recall campaign with a slew of lies, stating that Councilmember Jesse Lopez was somebody that was making Santa Ana more expensive to live here when she advocated for a better quality of life, protected residents, and helped our city get through a pandemic. Police want absolute control, and they're willing to go through whatever efforts to make sure they get it. This recall campaign is absolutely about political power. It's not about democracy. The lies that they said to residents at the door, they'll say to you at the dais. If they recall her, they're going to try to get a puppet in office that will just do their dirty work. And that is exactly why I am not supportive of this recall, and I am happy to second your motion, Councilmember Vasquez.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. I really wish we didn't have to do this. I really wish that we didn't have to expend over $600,000 of your money, of your taxpayer dollars, for an election we're gonna have in about a year. And, when we talk a lot up here, when we talk to our residents about how to be good fiscal stewards of our budget, it's about bringing services. It's about making sure our residents have what they need. It's about making sure, we enforce public intoxication or support affordable housing. And here we are, we have to set a date for this recall election. And it really makes me sad that that's where we're at, especially when the certificate of sufficiency met the threshold by 10 signatures. So you can never say here in the city of Santa Ana that your vote doesn't count, that your voice doesn't count, because that's 10 people, for whatever reason, signed that petition, and here it's gonna cost us $600,000 or more. And so with that, I will support the motion to approve the resolutions and set the date for November 14th. And I hope that all residents in Ward 3 get registered, get involved, and vote, because ultimately it's up to you to decide how this city is going to be run. Thank you.
Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. So the item before us tonight, this is not a discretionary action except for only setting the date. Is that correct, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, so the actions before you are set forth in the Elections Code. It does use the word shall receive the certificates and shall set a date for the election. The only discretion is to set the date as well as the resolution adopting the statements, regulations.
No, thank you for that. And, you know, I'm slightly amused tonight that, you know, on one moment we've got colleagues up here saying that we got to, you know, bring down the temperature of the dialogue up here. Then the next minute I hear terms like puppets. You know, being pro-public safety and being supported by the POA does not automatically mean that any of us are going to vote a certain way. I think you see a lot of diversity in our opinions up here on this dais. There's no set groups up here. On some issues there are, but there isn't on everything. And so the insinuation that whatever happens in this election that's going to be set in Ward 3, to say that somehow automatically one group is going to have some sort of control, that's just absolute fear-mongering. And by the way, on our police, so we're trying to vilify our police by trying to maintain one person's representation on this council. We're going to vilify the police. That's despicable. That's terrible. So I'm really disappointed in the narrative that I hear up here tonight. But again, I guess, you know, for folks that want to say, oh, let's bring down the temperature, but then again, they're going to leave the dais, or, you know, probably do it from up here as well, go ahead and continue this political narrative, and they're going to go out there and sadly vilify public safety. When you heard so many people tonight talk about how they want public safety, they want our police to step up and do more, and yet here we are trying to create some sort of narrative that the police are the boogeyman. It's just despicable. So I'm really disappointed in that narrative that's being thrown around up here tonight. What we have before us is an action that's ministerial, and unfortunately, we are at a point where, yes, we do have a person that is being subject to a recall that will have their election coming up, but, you know, as the representative of Ward 4, I have no control over what happens in Ward 3. Folks sign the petitions regardless of what some people want to believe was the motivation, and now we have this item before us tonight. So I will do my duty to vote for the certification and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to speak and then we'll vote. David, Councilman Penalosa left for the day, for the night. Oh, here he comes. Do you need to speak before I speak? Okay. So yeah, I'm going to just say, you know, we sit up here and say, tone it down, try to get along. And 2 times tonight, ignorance, we're ignorant, or we're a puppet. So I've run for office a couple times. Some people up here have ran once, twice, but I've run a couple times. And you get endorsed by laborers or teachers or, you know, whatever organization it is. And so I did spend 30 years with the Orange County Probation Department. And just for the record, I was endorsed by Anaheim Police Department, the Orange County Sheriff's Department, the Orange County Fire Authority, and by Santa Ana Police Department. And I'm not ashamed to say that, nor am I embarrassed. And I am not anybody's puppet, because if you're a bad police officer, I will not support you. If you're a bad teacher when I was a school board member, I didn't support you either. And so I can go on about the school district for a long time, about many things that happen at the school district level with teachers and staff and our children. And so even Councilman Hernandez, when he ran for office, I supported him. I endorsed him. I helped him. So for him to say, you know, I'm a puppet or I'm ignorant, well, politics, you know, running for office is a slippery slope. You got to be thick-skinned. Not everybody's going to like you. You're not always going to agree, but hopefully everybody's sitting up here for the right reasons. You're sitting up here to serve your constituents and not serve yourself. But serve your constituents and not serve your political agenda, but yourself. So all we had to do today was approve the election date, which Councilman Vasquez motioned for, for November 14th, which I'm in full support of it. And so that's what we're here to vote for. We're not here to, you know, call names and, you know, make up whatever stories you want to tell. But I think before you throw stones, look in your own backyard. Look very carefully, very, very carefully, because I'm going to talk about it in my closing comments. We have a cannabis event coming up. I don't know about you all, but I'm not supportive of a cannabis event in this city. And who's funding a lot of this recall? Cannabis. Is it a special interest? It's a special interest. So if we're going to throw shade, is that what it's called? Let's be truthful, okay? Because people on one side, if you drink the Kool-Aid, you're good. If you don't, you're not. Or power here, power there. I don't have power. People say, well, the mayor could have stopped the recall. No, I don't. I'm one vote. It takes 4 people up here to make a decision, push it through, and make it happen. City manager takes direction from 4 people. So I may be the mayor, and I love serving my community, but you have to have 4 votes. So tonight, we're voting to set a recall date, which Councilman Vasquez made a motion for November 14th. I will submit it, but I would just remind people that are sitting up here, when you start throwing out words, ignorant, puppets, we all have to be very careful, because when you throw glass, or you throw rocks, like I said, make sure you're looking in the mirror, because I want to hear all about this cannabis event that we're going to have in Santa Ana, and people up here are proud, like, ooh, we're the first city to have a cannabis event. Well, I'm not supportive of it. And ooh, with the beer bar, beer, whatever, too. Ooh, well, you better have a DUI checkpoint, too. So let's prepare to vote on this item so we can get to closing comments. I'm sorry, public hearings, and then we'll get to closing comments.
A motion by Councilmember Vasquez, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez, to approve item 27 via 3 resolutions. A resolution accepting the certificate as to verification of signatures on petition and certificate of sufficiency for petition to recall Councilmember Jesse Lopez. A resolution calling and giving notice of the holding of a special municipal election to be held in Council Ward 3 on Tuesday, November 14th, 2023. For the submission of the question of the recall of certain officers, and requesting specified services from the County of Orange to conduct said election. And the 3rd resolution, adopting a regulation for an officer statement whose recall is being sought at a special election on Tuesday, November 14th, 2023.
Thank you. Let's vote.
Councilmember Fan. Okay.
You haven't showed up on mine all night either.
Vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with a reported absence by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Motion carries. Resolutions approved. Election set for November 14th, 2023.
All right, at this time, we're going to go into public hearings. Public hearing clerk. Before the public hearing, item 28, Madam Clerk, please provide instructions to the public who would like to make a comment on this public hearing item only.
Members of the public joining us by way of Zoom or conference call who would like to make a comment for public hearing item number 28 only, please dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now.
Doesn't appear to be any comments or questions here.
I'll move the item.
Thank you. I'll second it. Okay, let's close the public hearing and let's vote.
A motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Mayor Amezcua, to approve public hearing item 28, a resolution lowering the city's drought water conservation standard from a water shortage level 2 to a water shortage level 0.
Great, thank you. And item number 29
And the
is
vote is
Oh, I'm sorry.
6 ayes, no nays, with a reported absence by Councilmember Becerra.
I apologize. Item 29 was canceled. Mayor, City Manager, do you have any announcements?
Yes, Mayor, I do. So volunteers are needed for an annual Intercoastal Cleanup Day. The California State Transportation Agency awarded our Public Works Department $7 million for, oh, I'm sorry, I had the title with the wrong announcement. So good news, our Public Works Department was awarded $7 million for the Santa Ana Boulevard Grade Separation Project. And is that part of the Intercoastal Cleanup, or is that Two different items, okay. And then we are accepting, applications are now open for the Environmental Justice Action Committee. We will be receiving them through September 18th. And if you recall, this is a part of the general plan implementation, and specifically the environmental justice policy implementation. And this is a committee that is needed to help us carry out that policy. And then, as mentioned before, it's going to be a busy couple of weeks. We do have in 2 weeks the Chicano Heritage Festival. But before that date, we also have Zoofari that's taking place at our zoo. This is a fundraising gala that brings a lot of neat amenities, and it is put on by the Friends of the Santa Ana Zoo. And this year's theme is Through the Looking Glass. So that's all, Mayor.
All right, let's call on council members to announce their comments. Councilman Vasquez.
Yeah, it's first day of school was yesterday. Welcome back to all the kids of Santa Ana, myself as well. I have a great group of kids. I'm in love already. They're awesome and doing work. We're off to a good start. What was worrying me? On my way to work, I started seeing signs that we're missing crossing guards, that there's no crossing guards on Raitt Street and Willits. Have you been to Waste? That's a long way to walk for a child. There's no crossing guards on Raitt and Edinger. So what happened is we expanding our crossing guards to charter schools and other schools around the area, then now we have less than anticipated. So kids, be careful when you're out there. Parents, teach your kids how to cross. Make sure they look both ways. Make sure they go right, left, right, look again. They have to know this. Parents, make sure that your kids know to make eye contact with drivers before they step in the street. Let's teach them how to walk in the street because it's dangerous out there. So make sure, because I don't see kids making eye contact. They intentionally don't, and I'm worried about this. When a kid is stepping off a curb and some car is making a right turn, it's a dangerous proposition when they don't make eye contact. No, you see me, I see you. Okay, I'm gonna cross, I'm gonna walk. And you walk. So make sure you teach your kids how to cross. Look both ways. 1, 2, 3, look again, how we were taught. Make sure they make eye contact with drivers and stay safe. Please, thank you, that's all I got.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
I'm just powering up my laptop, so if you can come back, thanks.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Mesqua. I want to thank the residents who attended today's meeting and just want to also voice my support for the residents who came from Artesia Pilar and advocated for the Chicano Heritage Festival. I would like to provide direction that I would like to see the Chicano Art Show be brought back to the Chicano Art Festival at El Salvador Park Community Center. The word community exists in front of the word center for a reason. We're having thousands of Chicano people at El Salvador Park. It is in our best interest that the taxpayers' money is utilized in the best of ways. They paid for this community center. The first community center ever built in Santa Ana was at El Salvador Park in 1960. We're having a heritage festival. That community center should also be a shining example of the community. It should welcome community members to be able to walk through and see Chicano art displayed on the walls. I'd like to provide that direction to our city manager that it is my request that we bring this back. And I also, just out of an abundance of interest to the community, I did receive a lot of phone calls from the media and from press in relation to me coming forward on August 1st about Mayor Valeria Mesqua violating the Brown Act. I did come forward with my Brown Act disclosure on April 19th, and I did, as a result of the Brown Act violation, bring my concerns to the council under section 401.5. And I do want to indulge my colleagues that it is the responsibility of the Santa Ana City Council to appoint an ad hoc. Given that our mayor is the subject of this investigation, the ad hoc would not be able to be appointed directly by her. So I would like an update on where we are at with this ethics complaint, since this is a matter that I did bring forward publicly. I wanted to make sure that I used my public comments to engage in transparency and also inform those who have reached out. I did come forward on August 1st. August 2nd, 2 individuals did arrive at my residence and attempt to hurt my family and I. This is a private matter, and this is a private matter where I want to respect the privacy of my mother and the privacy of my home, but I do want to send a firm message that we are not afraid of people coming to our home and disturbing our peace. We are servants of the public. Nobody's going to run us off our block. No one is going to come to our house and attempt to terrorize us on our worst day. We're not scared. So I very much indulge my colleagues to do the right thing and start an ad hoc committee here. Thank you.
Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you again to everybody who came out, who made comments, who shared your thoughts. I always welcome them. I think it's really important for us to get a variety of perspectives. So a couple events that are coming up. One is going to be this Saturday, August 19th at 10 a.m. It's the Housing Authority Forum. It is co-sponsored by the housing authorities for the city of Garden Grove, Santa Ana, Anaheim, and the County of Orange. Our team has worked very hard to bring information to the public. And so at this Housing Authority Forum, you're going to learn more about housing choice vouchers, or Section 8 as I know it, and other related affordable housing resources. It's going to be available in Spanish and Vietnamese. This is going to be taking place at the Garden Grove Community Meeting Center at 11300 Stanford Avenue in Garden Grove. Thanks to our friends for hosting. And I will be there because I want to know what information our residents are getting, because we know that housing is a crisis, not just in Santa Ana, not just in Orange County, but everywhere. The more resources folks have, the better they and their family are going to be. Another item I just want to announce that I received notice about is that there's going to be a Village Santa Ana Sunshine meeting. It is going to be Wednesday, August 23rd. It's scheduled at the Westin South Coast Plaza. This is going to be for a project in Ward 4, I believe. Yes, sorry about that. I got the notice, and so I wanted to share because it does have effects nearby. And then another one is for the CompLink meeting on August 24th, this next Thursday. And I want to encourage everyone to come because over this July 4th holiday, I received a lot of emails about fireworks. And one of the topics that's going to be covered is going to be a panel presentation regarding fireworks involving the Orange County Fire Department, Santa Ana Police Department, Santa Ana Neighborhood Initiatives, and Environmental Justice. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Penalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank every resident that came out in support tonight of item 14 and the hundreds that we've heard from over the last couple of weeks in support of this item. Please, please don't give up. I know it with the way the state just throws things at us and continues to lead us to take away our local control, essentially. I know it might seem like a losing battle, but it's not. We're in this together, and just continue to press us. Call your state legislatures, your county supervisor, your congressman. Call all of us. Pester staff. I mean, that's the only reason. That's the only way we're going to get control of this and make our voices heard. So just thank you again for coming out tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thank you. So I was out away from the chamber because I thought item 27 or the recall item was next. And I have to say we pull way too many items. So I would like to ask the chair if you can reconsider rehearing the two items that I missed so that I can have a vote publicly.
What two items did you miss?
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but it was the city manager's pay raise, and it was the acceptance of money for an event.
Mayor, with respect to those two items, there would be a different procedure for addressing those
Correct.
items
Go ahead.
if you were to consider. With respect to item number 16, it would not be a formal reconsideration because there was no majority vote. It failed for lack of action. And so with that, it would just be indulgence of the chair to say, yes, we'll look at and vote on item 16. With respect to the other item, item number 26, there actually was a vote, and so it would require a motion to reconsider, and that motion would have to be made by someone who voted in the affirmative. So there's a request on those two items to be handled in two different ways. 16 can be handled simply with the approval of the chair.
Yeah, go ahead. Item 16.
Thank you. So Jennifer, if you can mark me down as a yes in accepting.
Okay, so for item 16, we would have to take a full motion and a vote on it because there was no, it failed for lack of action.
Just need a motion on number 16, and then you would take a vote on that.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second the motion.
So
Are we going to vote twice? Because Sam had
Well, there
a
was,
sub-motion.
So let the clerk discuss, say what she's got to say, because I don't like to go back and forth like this. That's why it's important you guys stay here so we can do this. So go ahead, Madam
So
Clerk.
this is for item 16, which is receive and file informational report regarding partnership agreements with the Office of Congressman Luke Rea and the Office of Supervisor Vincent Sarmiento for Chicano Heritage Festival 2023. The motion on the table right now is a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, to approve as presented.
Go, Councilmember Fan.
May I please make a sub-motion to approve accepting these funds, but to direct staff to bring back this policy to discuss whether we want to, in the future, accept sponsorships from elected officials and candidates for office.
I'll second that one.
So it is a substitute motion by Councilmember Fan, seconded by Mayor Amezcua, to approve item 16 as amended with the direction to staff to review the policy as it regards to elected officials and candidates and bring it back for council's consideration. So let's do a roll call vote. Councilmember Becerra?
No.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Absolutely.
Councilmember Penaloza?
No.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
No.
Mayor Amezcua?
No.
Vote is 3 ayes, 4 nays. Ayes by Councilmembers Hernandez, Fan, and Vasquez. Motion fails. We revert to the original motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, to approve as presented. Councilmember Becerra?
No.
Councilmember Hernandez? Yes. Councilmember Penaloza?
No.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Amezcua?
No.
The vote is 4 ayes, 3 nays. Nays by Councilmember Becerra, Penaloza, and Mayor Amezcua. Motion fails. Requires 5 affirmative votes for appropriation adjustments.
Let's go to item 26. Mayor Pro Tem?
I believe somebody in the affirmative has to make the motion.
I'll move to reconsider the item.
I'll second.
this is just the motion. You'd be voting on whether you want to recall this item for further discussion.
Correct.
So a motion by Councilmember Fan, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez to reconsider item number 26. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza?
No.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Amezcua?
Yes.
Okay. Vote is 6 ayes, 1 nay. Nay by Councilmember Penaloza. Motion carries. Item can be reconsidered.
That means that the motion, any action previously taken would be considered, that you're actually reconsidering the item in its entirety. So you would need a new motion.
Okay, so I'll make a motion, the previous motion I had made to approve the resolutions and items with the 5% instead of 3%.
I second.
May I make a clarification on this? So in the second resolution, it says that it will not extend Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get approval from you. Okay. It does not extend the city manager's contract by 1 year, but to clarify, this contract, if approved, would be good into 2026.
Yes, that is correct, and thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
So a motion by Councilmember Penaloza, seconded by Councilmember Vasquez to approve item number 26 as amended to include a 5% increase for the city manager's salary and to take action to not extend the city manager's employment agreement for 1 additional year. Councilmember Becerra? Oh, and yes, retroactivity to July 1st of 2022. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Absolutely.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, can we go back to where we were? Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, do you have any closing
Thank you, and
comments?
thank you for indulging the request, Chair Mesqua. I appreciate that. So I am disappointed that we could not accept essentially free money for this incredible event that is coming up. And I think, you know, we often talk about building partnerships and relying on the county for support, financial support, money that they have access to that sometimes we don't. And so I am disappointed that this council, for whatever reason, said no to the money that the supervisor was offering that could pay, you know, for that art show, for education for kids at that festival. You know, it doesn't make any sense, but I hope that staff is able to find money for that. The other issue is there's been an election date set, as I heard, and so from the very beginning, you know, we've had concerns about the false and inaccurate statements that were circulated to residents, right? And this is not my opinion. Residents have signed affidavits stating the lies that they have been told by these people that were brought in from Utah, Colorado, whatever. And so, you know, some of those lies are like, they went out to the residents and they told them that I defunded the police. You know, when the city manager clearly stated on the record in 2021 that the department's budget would go up because of contractual agreements. They went out and they said that I don't live in the city of Santa Ana. And for those that don't know, I'm born and raised in the city. I went to Hoover Elementary, Willard Intermediate. I graduated from Santa Ana High School. I even graduated from Santa Ana Community College. And I have to prove that I live in Ward 3 year after year after year. That is a practice that members of this council established. You can't just say that you live in the city. You have to submit documentation, and not just one piece of paper, but it's various forms. And that form is available to the residents on our city's website. And so there is a long list of lies that residents have shared ring videos with us about, have signed affidavits about. And so we really just want to make sure that people have factual information. That's always going to be important for me. I know that we live in a society now where people don't like to believe in science, want to ban books, all these crazy things happening. You know, and it's been publicly stated, right, by the proponents of this recall that they initiated this because of my support for rent control and because of my vote to support the establishing of a police oversight commission. And I want to remind the public that the commission, the city, circulated surveys, and a lot of the residents, the plurality of residents said, yes, this is something we support. It was supported unanimously by the council at the time as well. And so what they didn't tell residents is that they were upset with me because I voted no on a $24 million contract request. And they're upset with me because they initially can't control my vote on this dais. And so I think it's important for people to know that. I think it's important for people to recognize that a lot of work goes into being in these spaces that historically have not been accessible to first-generation Santa Ana kids and to first-generation women like myself and Councilmember Tai Fan. And so once again, you are seeing that the women in this chamber are being targeted, and it hasn't stopped there. You know, it's the city manager and all the false accusations that have been sent her way. It's been the city attorney being named in a lawsuit, and it's been our executive staff that have been consistently ripped apart when we don't do what one individual that worked in the city wanted us to do. And so I just want to leave that with you all, just food for thought. And you know, we're going to do a lot more advocacy on this issue, but there are serious concerns here. I don't think that this is a practice that should be supported, and for those reasons, you know, of course, we're going to do what we can, but we are going to continue to spread factual information as best we can. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sarah? I almost forgot you, sorry.
No worries. Thank you, Madam Mayor. A lot of politicking going on up here tonight, a lot of politicking. I just want to thank the residents who came in, minus the nonsensical politics, and came in to advocate for what city government is supposed to be about, which is keeping our residents safe, making sure that our businesses can flourish without having to deal with folks passed out in front of their doorstep or having their copper wires stolen or any other sort of issues that are happening from folks that are severely intoxicated. I want to thank my colleagues, the majority of whom supported this direction. And, you know, while it's terrible, it is absolutely terrible that the state's Department of Public Health has decided to inflict the only syringe distribution program in Santa Ana. Nowhere else in Orange County. We're the only city in Orange County that will have this sort of delivery program. So they'll be going to wherever you see these folks, be sure these guys are going to go and give them needles. But I will just say this without saying anything that I shouldn't say, but just know that this council, because despite all the politicking that's going on up here, at least we are united when it comes to defending the city against some of these issues that are coming at us from the state, whether sometimes it's from activists in South County, but we are going to continue to be strong, at least for some of us up here, try to avoid some of the nasty politics and continue to be focused on helping residents stay safe and deliver the services that we are supposed to make sure that you are provided with. So thank you all for participating, for sticking through, and have a good night.
Thank you, Councilman Sayre. So I'm going to close out here. There's a housing fact sheet, and I want you all to hopefully get a copy of this when we talk about housing. It goes over everything that Santa Ana has done and related to housing. So over 2,300 residential units and large multifamily projects are currently under construction. More than 2,800 units are entitled and are undergoing the permitting process. Over 5,500 residential units are going through the review process. I can go on and on. We could talk about Heroes Landing, Crossroads of Washington, Legacy Square, Westview House, Habitat for Humanity, Wise Place. Santa Ana has done a phenomenal job in the housing area and affordable housing. And it was before I arrived here, and they're continuing to do it. So thank you, and City Manager and all of your staff. Thank you for the great work. Yes, Councilman Fan, thank you. So City Manager, there were some comments about the Chicano art. So I don't know anything about it. So I stay out of the business of the city when you guys are putting projects together, because that's not my place to tell you how to do it, where to do it, or that's not my place when you guys, Hawk does that under your direction. But what is this Chicano art? Can you explain? Or because I'm confused when the community comes up and says, you know, or Mayor you or Council you know, you guys took this away. And always, you know, there's always somebody who's, you know, gossiping and telling lies. So What is that, please?
So, well, first of all, the council did not take any action to do away with any art show at the Chicano Heritage.
Was there
So
one
I'll
approved?
set the record on that. So at the last year's Chicano Heritage, a community-based organization sponsored it, and it was a small art exhibit that was inside of the community center. So this year, our staff has not had any plans for it, hasn't communicated to anybody about it, and didn't have it planned at all. And the CBO that did it last year is not actively participating in Chicano Heritage this year.
So the community members that came up and spoke, can somebody make contact with them, please, and clarify? I know that, but we can't, I'm not asking them to engage with you till afterwards, please.
We certainly can.
Can you please, city manager, to clarify that? Because I didn't know anything about an art festival, so I just want to clarify for the record, because somebody will put out there on social media that Mayor Mescua canceled the art festival.
I don't
know
believe
anything
it was ever discussed at this dais, and
Right.
you guys did not take any action to do away with it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So if you can address, I'd really appreciate it. Just really quick, Councilmember Fan, she covered the Housing Authority, the forum that's going on the 19th in Garden Grove. I am also hosting a housing information meeting at El Salvador Park on August 24th at 6 p.m. and Coffee with the Mayor August 26th in historic French Park. Really excited about that. I also want to be really transparent. So when people say August 1, I made an announcement that the mayor violated the Brown Act, and then August 2nd, somebody went to my house, I got insulted. So I'm like, wait a minute, August 1st, August 2nd. I hope nobody's looking at me like, oh, because first of all, I am not that ignorant, and I don't engage in that type of behavior because I'm a grown woman, and I own a home, and I have a family, and I would not engage in any type of activity to go assault somebody and their property, nor would I engage with people who do that. So I want to be really clear. There's a difference when you sit up here as a woman, because we've been talking about women, and yes, women are always under attack, whether it's the way we dress, whether it's who we talk to, who we associate with, where we come from, the color of my hair. I'm a puppet for them. I'm a puppet. I like that song, I'm Your Puppet. It's a great oldie, because I'm a Chicana and I know that oldie. But I just want you to know that when people make those kind of statements, light bulb goes on in my head like, hey, I want to check with the police and see, was I mentioned in that report? Because if I was, I need to notify my attorney, because I need to do a cease and desist letter, because I don't want anybody going out there and saying I'm assaulting people or having people assault people, because I don't do that. I carried a badge for 30 years proudly, and I retired proudly, and I served my community proudly. So again, we get up here and politics are ugly. And I just want to be clear for the record. The investigation that I discussed, the ad hoc committee that was created, it was a complaint that came to me as the chairperson, and I think this is where things get confused. People get confused. It came to me as the chairperson per direction of the city attorney to say, you must create an ad hoc committee to address A, B, and C. And this complaint that came in against a certain council member. And so I was like, okay, great, this is on my lap. So since I've been here, I've had to deal with taco trucks or taco vendors in a very short time. I have had to deal with a death threat. I've had to deal with up here, I'm a puppet, or I'm ignorant, or I'm a POA this. I'm a woman, so I take offense to all these insults. And then I had to create this ad hoc committee that I did not want to create, but it's per this charter, because there's a complaint, a formal complaint against a council member that involves employees of the city and money. So whether we handle it or it goes to a law enforcement agency, that's going to happen. There's a process that we are following as an ad hoc committee. Did I ask to create this ad hoc committee? No, I was directed to per the charter. So I'm okay with attacks on me personally, because I've been in office 9 years and I know how this works. You have one council member saying, oh, the mayor stopped crossing guards. Well, I'm only one person, I need 4 votes. So, and I remember having this conversation with Council Member Fan early on about crossing guards. So let's just stop with, again, people sit up here and say, let's be nice to each other. Let's stop. Well, you know what? Yeah. It takes an adult to do that, and not children. And so, yes, I said that. It takes adults. And I raised a family. I bought a home on my own. I'm not a princess. I'm not a Kardashian. I've been working since I was 13 years old. I have an address. I pay a mortgage, paid for my kids' college as a single mom, and sacrificed my backside for all of that. I don't rent a room. I list my employment on all my forms. I list my retirement. It's interesting because there's some people up here, we don't even know where they work. We don't even know what they do. So, fine. But I just want to be really clear. So people sit up here and it's that, it's okay if I do it, but it's not okay if you do it. So I try to be really, I haven't given myself a little credit. I've been very professional. I come up here before I take a step and I sit down and I say, okay, I'm going to be professional. But it cracks me up tonight. We're like, let's all get along. But we're ignorant and we're puppets. And then again, I'm sorry about the art show. I'm glad you stayed because I didn't know anything about it. So when you come up and say, Mayor Mesqua, or somebody said, you took it. Right, so it's going to be resolved. And so please, I would ask people, if you have a question, reach out to me personally. I give my city cell phone number to everybody. Reach out, text me. I have nothing to hide. And I will answer your text message and I will answer your email because that is what I do. Because up here, I serve my community. I do not serve myself. And so I just want to be really clear on that. And there's a lot of things that go on in politics, and I could tell you, I could write a book about what went on at Santa Unified and teachers and how Santa Unified has the highest double-digit rates of sexual offenses on children and all kinds of things. And then I could come here and talk about things that are happening already in the 7 months I've been here. And I inherited things that were sitting here because the ad hoc committee that had to be created, that happened 2 years ago or a year ago. And all of a sudden it falls on my lap. Why? Why wasn't it addressed before? I didn't ask to address it. Why wasn't it addressed before? It's a great setup. I think that's an oldie too. It's a great setup, right? We're gonna dump everything on Val's lap because 1, she's the first woman, so we don't want her to be successful. 2, she's Latina. And 3, she's fighting for our community. Ooh, we don't want her here. So I just really want to clear. I'm really clear when somebody says, August 1st I made a complaint, August 2nd I get assaulted. That's on you. I don't even know who assaulted who. That's none of my business. And if the police have something that they need to discuss with me, you come see me because you know where I live. Any time of the day. I have not a problem with it. So I just want to be really clear on that. And so the ad hoc, the complaint that was made against me, because it included 2 other council members, the city attorney wrote something up for me, and so I'm going to read it right now. Councilman Hernandez has filed an ethics code complaint pursuant to section 401.05 of the Santa Ana City Charter. The charter requires the city council to refer the complaint to an ad hoc committee of the council for review. The council ad hoc committee may then make a recommendation to the full city council for further review, investigation, or action. The charter is silent on what happens if the complaint refers to a majority of us. Because the Hernandez complaint makes allegation against me as the mayor and 3 other council members, rather than appoint an ad hoc committee, I directed the complaint to the city attorney's office and requested that the matter be forwarded to the appropriate law enforcement agencies immediately. That means the district attorney's office. So I have nothing to hide. Let it go there. Let the district attorney and his staff make a determination on what happens, because then what does that say? I welcome the investigation. So I'm not like other people to sit here and say, because you created an ad hoc, I'm gonna go after you now. Guess what? It is what it is. This is politics. Welcome to the world of politics. I wanna thank everybody that came out tonight and made comments, whether you were for item 14 or against it, thank you. I wanna thank all of the constituents and the residents of Santa Ana that are standing up and speaking up, because without you, we do not move. This would not be happening without all of you. So speak loudly, And when we vote next year in election, remember who to vote for. If you wanna get political, remember who to vote for. Remember who serves you, and remember who is self-serving. And with that, have a nice evening. This meeting is adjourned.